Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR Update, compiled by Judy Byington. Worldwide blackout, EBS imminent. Why? On December 1st, the greatest wealth transfer in history began that took control of the global monetary system away from the cabal. The media should not be trusted. They are paid for by the cabal. Avoid going to urban areas. Steer clear of major roads. Keep necessities on hand. Keep your family safe. Judy note, a worldwide blackout and emergency broadcast system activation appeared imminent. Why? On Monday, December 1st, the greatest wealth transfer in history began that took control of the global monetary system away from the Satan-worshipping cabal. Trump's global military alliance has been very, very busy. Vatican agents, bioengineers, and globalist financiers were now housed at Gitmo on the people via disbursement through food hubs and chemtrails. Today, Los Angeles was a war zone with cartel enforcers brought in weeks ago through underground tunnels to guide planned protests. The uprising was financed by WEF, Soros, and Schwab in cooperation with Governor Newsom and company. Trump has sent into LA more than 4,000 troops, sniper teams, and Blackhawks, as well as having sent into more than 30 major cities across the U.S. National Guard troops to quell expected riots there. Meanwhile, the global currency reset advances within the quantum financial system, with payouts and exchanges poised to commence imminently as gold-backed currencies activate across nations. The greatest wealth transfer in history is underway, redistributing trillions reclaimed from cabal vaults directly to the people through secure quantum accounts. NESARA JSARA implementations accelerate, bringing full debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all financial burdens imposed by the old system. As the fiat era collapses, restitution allowances flow forth, restoring what was stolen and ushering in an age of true prosperity and freedom. Worldwide blackout, 10 days of darkness. Thursday, December 18th, global blackout confirmed. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The second wave is now moving. You are living inside the event. Pay close attention to the pattern. Sun flare, grid flicker, broadcast distortion, global sync, then silence, then truth. The final switch has not been pulled yet, but the finger is already on it. Stay inside the channel. The next drop will explain what the world is about to see. Thursday, December 18th, boom, the last phase of Operation White Swan has started. NESARA JSARA, QFS on Telegram. The final stage of Operation White Swan was initiated by Trump's military alliance on December 16, 2025. The goal is clear: destroy deep state networks, recover institutions that have been taken over, and use the fully functional quantum financial system to activate JSARA. A covert worldwide wealth transfer has been going on since December 1st. Assets linked to deep state elites, including central banks, offshore accounts, and phony charities, totaling trillions, have been seized. Already, more than $89 trillion has been transferred to vaults under sovereign control. The IMF and Federal Reserve are being dismantled. The IRS is no longer in operation. The JSARA law is rewriting global tax structures. Timing: Thursday, December 18, 2025, 5:05 Cali. Okay, peeps, is he right? GCR in numerology is Sunday, December 21st, 2025. Friday, December 19th, the Trump administration has until Friday to release the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. A deadline, a truth moment, eyes turning toward the ground. But also on Friday, December 19th, something else is happening. Comet 3I Atlas makes its closest approach to Earth 269 million kilometers away, according to the Sky Live. Astronomy headlines, cosmic awe, look up, funny timing. Is it coincidence that when uncomfortable truths are due to surface on Earth, our attention is gently redirected? To the sky? A comet, a spectacle, a distraction wrapped in wonder? Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. And remember what Commander Thor said about 3I Atlas. This was from 10/14/25. And the picture on the left, bright light, is a photo of the massive mothership, 3I Atlas. And it says the English translation of 3I Atlas is Ahin. The Ahin occupied Earth 300 to 500 million years ago and are 60. The Ahin come from the Andromeda Galaxy, are humanoid beings, and their skin is light blue or sometimes transparent depending on the circumstances. They created the glass tubes inside Earth in order to travel due to Earth's volatility at the time. They are here to witness the coming solar flash and assist humanity afterward. Their ship is 50 to 60 miles long, and with them are 20 to 30 craft following in their wake. They have arrived and are parked and cloaked behind the moon. There are many light-beam ships and craft parked by Mars and Jupiter, awaiting the solar flash. We are under attack. Well done by the FBI. The FBI warned the Biden administration that there was not probable cause to raid Mar-a-Lago. They raided President Trump anyway. Merrick Garland and everyone involved needs to go to prison. Enjoy the grand jury in Florida. The amount of communication woven into Trump's speech on Wednesday, December 17, 2025, was impossible to ignore. Start with the timing alone. The speech began at 9:02 p.m. and concluded at 9:19, a 17-minute address on the 17th. For those paying attention, that was not accidental. He deliberately referenced 1776, a clear nod to the founding principles of this nation, the republic, not the corporation, and a reminder of where we came from and where we're ultimately heading. Trump announced that 1,450,000 U.S. military members will receive a special warrior dividend of $1,776 before Christmas. The tone was serious, direct, and intentional. No fluff, no theatrics, just a leader laying groundwork. Kevin Annett gives a harrowing account about reasons for the disappearance. Thursday, December 18th, Global Currency Reset, Mr. Poole on Telegram. The shift began the moment the clock hit 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on 1st December. Secure channels flashed a signal only the prepared were waiting for. Tier 4B was contacted first. The seed carriers, the humanitarian holders, the first wave of the new world. As soon as the notifications landed, the QFS opened its gates. Trillions in frozen, suppressed, stolen wealth began moving through a system that cannot be hacked, bribed, or controlled by the old matrix. Every ledger line is pure truth. No more shadow bankers, no more cabal hands. December 1st brings the Jubilee. They feared you would discover mortgages erased, student loans erased, credit burdens erased. A clean slate for a nation that was never meant to live in debt. The promise was always meant for the people. At 1755 UTC, the public gates began to widen. By 17 hours, 57 minutes, 2 seconds, the Reno Mirror confirmed that the first 800 number release, the timestamp was not random, it was a marker, coordinated in the plan. Wolverine confirmed it to the Inner Circle hours later. The RV is certified. Monday launch is locked. The signal was real. The clock was already moving. And while the world slept, the military grid shifted. Russia, Brazil, Europe, France, Germany. Alliance units positioned directly in Texas, Florida, New York, and Washington, D.C. Not for show, but for extraction. Bankers, politicians, media owners, the highest tiers of the old empire are now facing what they built. This is more than a reset. This is the reversal of everything they stole. This is the moment. Thursday, I believe it's December 18, 2025, the British Empire is panicked. NATO chiefs and MI6 are screaming for war, not because they fear Russia, but because of a quiet PDF released in Washington that signals the end of London's financial control over America. And there's a link to the midweek update, the boring document that terrifies the British Empire, December 17, 2025. And Thursday, December 18, 2025, Kavanaugh takes aim at Supreme Court decisions. Brett Kavanaugh takes aim at Supreme Court's decisions. FECNRSC. JD. Thursday, December 18th, the money laundering continues. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Maine whistleblower worked at a Somalia immigrant-run NGO. Within just 1 year, they had billed for $904,000 in fake services. The nonprofit started paying bonuses to themselves. The NGO founder is sending money to Somalia. The NGO founder has strong ties to Maine's Democrat establishment, such as receiving no-bid contracts from Maine Governor Janet Mills. The whistleblower reported the fraud to Maine. He was fired and no action taken against the NGO by Maine. Maine Democrats allow the NGO to keep operating. No shutdown, closure, or suspension of operations for the NGO has been issued. Thursday, December 18th, the Clinton Foundation and its dark money laundering operations. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Clinton Foundation and Clinton Global Initiative connect to wealthy, corrupt elites like Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who funded its inception, the Obamas, foreign nations, Soros, the Podestas, and other shady elite individuals. Operating for decades, they're hubs for political pay-to-play schemes, intelligence access, and massive money laundering operations, taking in billions from global sources, funneling taxpayer funds overseas, and exploiting disasters like Haiti for personal gain. Deeper layers include alleged child trafficking from alleged exposure of illegal operations. We have it all. Q. Trump prepared to declare a national emergency, U.S. military assets to reverse the Biden invasion. Trump, BRICS countries released gold-backed digital currencies across globe, unleashing historic wealth transfer from reclaimed cabal assets to we the people. Trump plans to erase federal income tax and restore pre-1913 American prosperity via tariffs. Judy note, the worldwide global currency reset has entered its irreversible activation stage within the impenetrable quantum financial system, with notifications for exchanges and payouts anticipated imminently. Gold-backed digital currencies are live across nations, unleashing the historic wealth transfer from reclaimed cabal assets to we the people. Redemption centers are fully staffed, preparing for Tier 4B appointments, where humanitarian endeavors will receive abundant funding to heal and uplift humanity under God's abundant provision. Nasar Jasar decrees are manifesting now, enacting complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all forms of financial bondage. The era of debt slavery ends as the IRS fades into history, replaced by fair systems aligned with common law and divine justice. Prosperity packages and reclaimed funds flow forth, marking the jubilee promised in ancient scriptures and the dawn of true economic freedom for all. The storm rages on as the White Hat military alliance executes final phases against the entrenched deep state cabal. Reports from trusted sources reveal ongoing mass arrests across the globe, with thousands of high-profile traffickers and corrupt officials being detained in secure operations. Special forces continue to liberate innocent children from hidden underground tunnels and facilities, ending decades of horrific exploitation. These rescues mark a profound victory for light over darkness, restoring hope to the most vulnerable among us. Project Odin stands activated, poised to initiate a worldwide blackout through Starlink integration, severing cabal-controlled media and communications. The emergency broadcast system on high alert was ready to broadcast truths about corruption, tribunals, and the restored republic in the coming hours or days. This necessary period, including the 10 days of darkness, will shield humanity during the dismantling of remaining satanic strongholds and ensure a safe transition to freedom. Trust the plan, for God's hand guides this righteous intervention. As martial law supports these sacred operations and the old systems collapse, remain in fervent prayer, prepared with supplies, and steadfast in faith. The greatest awakening in history approaches, bringing justice and liberation to all. What we think we know as of Thursday, December 18th, 2025. Wednesday, December 17th. Boom, 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. President Trump announces plan to erase federal income tax and restore pre-1913 American prosperity through tariffs. May 4th, 2025, bombshell. Update 2025, D-class indictments, arrests, and executions, unraveling the deep state agenda. Wednesday, December 17th, NASA hoax blown wide open, Challenger disaster astronauts found alive in 2025. Wednesday, December 17th, Michelle and Barack Obama were now believed involved in the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife, Ezra Cohen. There is evidence of Barack Obama committing treason by spying on President Trump. Obama implemented Project Folsom through UK intelligence to spy on the Trump organization and President Trump. And Wednesday, December 17th, President Trump says Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. I'm ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. Wednesday, December 17th, a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the mass media finally confirmed it. VP Vance. Wednesday, December 17th, 3 new separate indictments dropped tonight. John Bolton, 18 new felonies, Smartmatic, election fraud and $1 million bribery scheme in the Philippines to win election contract. 11 members in Antifa terror cell targeting ICE facility in North Texas. Wednesday, December 17th, global currency reset confirmed. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. The old system is ending and a new one is already operating. What the public is seeing is delay. What is actually happening is replacement. The global financial system built on fiat debt is failing, and behind closed doors, a new structure is already taking over. Gold has been elevated to Tier 1 status. Basel III compliance is active. Currency revaluation mechanisms are in motion. The quantum financial system is no longer theoretical. It is online. For years, people were told the dollar was strong. Gold was outdated, RV was fantasy, and QFS was science fiction. That narrative is collapsing. This transition is not loud. It was never meant to be. It is precise, controlled, and irreversible. Gold has returned as real money. Basel III reclassified physical gold as a Tier 1 asset, placing it on equal footing with cash reserves. This single change rewrites the rules of global banking. Gold is no longer a hedge, it is the foundation. Unlike fiat currency, gold cannot be printed, inflated, or erased by policy. That is why central banks are racing to rebuild reserves, not out of preference, but out of necessity. The next system requires real value, not promises. The RV is not a myth. Global currency revaluation is already unfolding quietly. Asset-backed nations are recalibrating currencies based on tangible reserves like energy, minerals, and production capacity. This exposes the imbalance between real wealth artificially inflated fiat systems. Currencies long dismissed are being repositioned while over-leveraged systems face contraction. This is not about sudden wealth, it is about restoring proportional value to the global economy. Basel III is the enforcer. Basel III is not optional. It forces banks to hold real assets and disclose exposure. Derivative manipulation and shadow banking structures are being dismantled through compliance requirements. Institutions that cannot meet the standard are being phased out. This is how the old system collapses without panic, through regulation that removes its ability to hide. QFS is the replacement system. The quantum financial system is not an upgrade. It is a parallel structure designed to replace legacy banking. Built on encrypted ledgers and instant settlement, QFS eliminates fraud at the transaction level. Every transaction is asset linked, every movement is traceable, every attempt at manipulation fails. This system is already running alongside the old one. When the transition completes, the change will appear sudden. In reality, it will have been long prepared. One reset, one direction. Gold restores value. RV corrects imbalance. Basel III enforces truth. QFS delivers transparency. This is not fragmentation, it is coordination. The debt-based economy cannot survive this shift. That is why silence dominates the media. The transition does not require belief, it requires completion. The reset is not coming, it is already in progress. When the public finally realizes what changed, the structure will already be in place. Gold, RV, Basel III, QFS. The future is asset-backed, verified, and irreversible. Wednesday, December 17th, Dan Bongino on Telegram. The U.S. government says foreign aid will now go straight to national governments, not routed through NGOs anymore. The logic is blunt. If the goal is to help a country fund the country, not middlemen turning aid into their next business model. Wednesday, December 17th, breaking. A jaw-dropping report from the House just confirmed the left-wing D.C. police chief falsified crime statistics, cooking the books to make the city seem much safer than it was. Chief Smith punished and retaliated if they tried to report rising crime data, berating them. Chief Pam Smith pressured commanders to lower crime stats by any means necessary. Chief Smith pushed for lesser pursued charges, even for serious crimes, required certain crimes to be reviewed by her office. Thursday, December 18th, 2025, White Hats to respond to fake FEMA preying on Washington flood victims. Real Raw News. Fake FEMA men began showing up on the doors of Washington flood victims. They pressured them into signing papers. Hidden within the pages in fine print was an irreversible reverse mortgage contract stipulating that the homeowner, in exchange for an immediate one-off $1,250 Venmo payment, signed his property deed over to FEMA Resolution Specialists Incorporated, with the agency's acronym intentionally misspelled. White Hats, our source added, reached out to the Department of Homeland Security to find out whether FEMA had been dispatched to King County, Washington. DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin reportedly told General Smith's liaison that they did not have FEMA there. We're obviously dealing with scammers out there pretending to be government agents, our source said. It's bad enough we had to kick real FEMA's ass, but now these fake FEMA are making problems. Marines are going there to see just what the F is going on, our source said.
Are y'all freaking seeing this right here?
Why did Senate Democrats block a bill to ban funding to the Taliban and shady NGOs laundering taxpayer dollars to destroy America? Over 1,000 shady NGOs are established with emotional hitting names like, then taxpayers are funneled through them, which ends up funding terrorists, psychological and slander media campaigns, riots, election fraud, and right back into the pockets of the Democrats who established or approved the funding in the first place. Elon has claimed that around $1 trillion of taxpayer dollars are funneled into these corrupt NGOs every year. $1 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wake up. Understand that many of the people you believe are being honest to you are not. and they are using you to fight and hide their corruption while they rip you off and destroy our country. We need to come together, get these thieves and traitors out of office, and save this country before we don't have one anymore. How much more do you need to see and suffer before you realize maybe people like myself and countless others are trying to help you in this country before it's too late?
Morning. It's the 18th of December, 2025, as we're coming to the end of this week. Very close to Christmas now, and lots of things are happening. We're seeing the complete collapse of the British imperial system. The British imperial system started its powerful move back in the 1970s, 50 years ago. And we're seeing a complete collapse right now in plain sight. And it's being exposed by Russia. And they're showing how the whole of the British imperial system, the EU and NATO, no longer have any value in today's world. But on the way out, of course, they don't want to go out without a fight. A bit like what happened last year and the year before with the USA, with the hegemony, and still happening to a degree with Venezuela. But they're being exposed for what it is as the playing field is being levelled. And I can assure you, it's being levelled. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, everybody. Well, straight into my first story. Australia is launching a sweeping crackdown on hate speech following the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese announced tougher penalties for hate speech that promotes violence, new offences targeting extremist preachers, and expanded powers to cancel or deny visas to people who spread hate or radicalisation. The reforms also include blacklisting extremist groups and making hate an aggravating factor in sentencing. Officials say the measures are aimed at protecting communities and preventing future attacks. But critics are saying, is this the next level of clamping down on freedom of speech?
Well, it is, Paul, and this is very, very important, but the light is exposing the darkness. And all of the hatred is coming from one side. At the moment, we're getting a clear definition of what's on the side of good, which is the side of God, and that's on the other side, which is dark. The light is exposing this hatred that's coming out. I'm not seeing hatred coming out of the Christian side, the godly side. It's not coming from there. There's love and embrace coming from the side of God. The other side is pure hatred. It's driven by hate. And it'll be a shock that some of the people that we thought, some of the groups of people that we thought were on the side of good are not. They're on the side of evil. One thing I would say as well, as we go through the different phases of the awakening, there are 5 distinct different phases. And I can go through those. The first one is your personal discovery, that you've woken up to something is wrong. The second one is a system awakening. The institutions, the mainstream media, you start to see how corrupt it all is. The third is energetic. Your frequency. You can see things are changing, you can feel it. Your fourth is your consciousness. You realize that life is like a mirror. It's a reflection. You get out what you put in. The fifth one is the embodiment of everything. You're no longer observing it. You're no longer a non-playing character. You're also at peace. This is a very, very important part of your awakening, the different phases. And when you're awakened, you'll find that you can't watch movies that you watched before because of all the virtue signaling, because of all the hidden messages. You see them all. You feel completely detached from it. But it's a good feeling, I can tell you, because you find peace.
Rumors, allegations that the reason this is taking so long is because we could go into a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0's type of event because there may be a Russian nuclear sub in that area, or who knows, Chinese, that is, and that could be the ace up Maduro's sleeve. Is there any truth in that?
I don't think so. The Russians always have subs off our coastlines. And even when I was stationed in Hawaii on a submarine, as we were out chopping from Pearl Harbor, I caught a Yankee class coming out of underneath the Golden Gate. They didn't believe me, and I submitted a recording and information, other information, and it came back that was correct. So the underwater tracking facilities found that that was true. And it was doing something they can't do, too. So that's an older class. But now with the berets that are so quiet, it's very hard for the another sub to find a beret. So there's usually a berets off the east coast of the U.S., west coast of the U.S., and I wouldn't be remotely surprised with what's going on with the huge military buildup, with the largest aircraft carrier, the Ford out there, and all of that's out there, that the Russians are monitoring it and would have a sub, most likely a beret, because they're the most stealthy of their fleets.
What about the rumors of, Candace Owens has come out and said that she expected a 9/11 type style attack to happen in America around the second week of December. Obviously, that's passed, but we're still in December. I've also heard, that once we start striking Venezuela, that we should expect some kind of backlash here, narco-terrorism attacks, Hamas, Hezbollah, the whole thing. To kick off here once we start striking Venezuela, that not all of the threats have been neutralized. Could we see an attack on our shoreline? Could we see an attack on, let's say, the Golden Gate Bridge? Could we see, how likely is it that we see something like that transpire once we start going in on Venezuela?
Yeah, the alliance isn't going to be able to stop something of that magnitude. What already happened, of course, with what happened in Australia with Bondi Beach, plus what happened in Brown's University,
yeah,
and what happened in Syria. That is their try thing that they always do, three of them. That's the thing. And the one in the university is bizarre because two of the girls that were there that survived the attack, one was in an attack in California and one was in an attack, I think it was in Florida, and they were in the same classroom. What is the probabilities that they're in another classroom when a shooter comes in again? And they were in shooters situations in California and Florida on the other, across the side of the U.S., one coast on the Atlantic, one coast on the Pacific, and now they're up there. I mean, it's extremely unlikely. I mean, how in the world? So, the Bondi Beach, the police were told to stand down. They were sending in, and they were told to stand down. So that's obviously deep state.
Sounds a lot like October 7th.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. And then we're going to reply on that in Syria. So that's, part of what's their reply. So they did an attack on the U.S., one on U.S. soil and one on, a U.S. ally, Australia. And then, of course, the one at the university. So that one was strange, too, because, they can track the FBI with all the cameras you have street light cameras, you have every corner crossing, buildings, parking lots, you name it. There's cameras everywhere in a big city now. And all they have is this guy going around the corner? No way. They have him leaving. They have every single thing, every angle, tracked him all the way through the city. They can track a person beyond belief unless that person goes into tunnels or sewers or something like that. And even then, with the technologies they have, they would be able to see where he comes out very likely with the heat signature and all of that.
So are you telling me that you don't expect a big 9/11 type of style attack, more so synchronized multi-attacks like mass shootings in multiple cities and to take down the infrastructure?
No. If I did expect something, I think it would be another attempt on Trump.
Ooh.
That's the thing I think that I know that's in the works. The deep state has it in the works to try it again. I mean, it's going to be like 59th or something. I had a list going from the first time, his first time in, to this time, and it's a lot. It's a lot of attempts. So he got tempted on in Scotland. People forget all these attempts, and there's so many. But I would, and of course, the alliance is ahead of all of them, like they always are. So, you know, they took out the shooters and put in their own people and make it look, you know, like it's, you know, the way they want it to look. So, or stop it entirely. So this is kind of how things going on. People don't realize the technology level. And the same thing with the boats they're taking out. Well, how do they know they're not fishing boats coming out of Venezuela? They know precisely what's in that boat. And if you look carefully, I'm curious what those big containers they were throwing on the high-speed chase with the boat behind them. There were big plastic containers. Is that achrome or seachrome?
Fentanyl, right?
Well, they had some fentanyl, but there was other things that were liquidy that they were throwing had on board. And so, and you know, they know what they see it, the stuff come to where they load the boat. They can track it. They can track everything. And as far as the ground operation in Venezuela, surprise, surprise, already happened. F-18s have hit targets. SEAL team has hit targets. Already done. And they're already doing it. And Maduro that's his body double there. The one they showed in the crowd asking 2 questions from CNN, that is not Maduro. That's a body double.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We are in a fight for our lives. The Kazarian Mafia is now in a very desperate last-minute struggle to make sure that we never, ever escape the digital prison they're trying to build for us. Right now, Israel is trying to get American politicians to make it mandatory to have 5-year jail sentences for people who criticize Israel. At the same time, they are installing face recognition software everywhere with cameras, and they will be able to identify you real time and arrest you for things you say or do. And it's not about crime. In one example, in the UK, a woman was arrested by 11 people who came in while she was having a bath because of some text message she sent. This is just a private text message. This is not even public. And the reason why they're trying to crack down so much is because they are fighting for their lives. They know that this giant scam that they call a government is unraveling in real time. And this is what has been making us poor. I want to show you an example of how fake the government is. As I've written my reports with lots of evidence over the years, NASA stands for not a space agency. Now, in this clip, you can watch NASA astronaut Karen Nyborg explain how they fake, or show how they fake spaceflight. Take a look.
That's so cool. You are so much better of an astronaut, Paige, than those other fakes.
Thank you. And if you're hungry in space, gotta have your floating Fritos to munch on. So I don't want to give GMOs any publicity, but it's all we had hanging around. Yum, yum, yum.
So it's all true.
It's amazing, the zero gravity. It just everything just floats around. Suck my hair because I got a ponytail. And Toots brought some coral up from Vieques, from Puerto Rico.
Oh, very good. Yeah, let me see you push it up and down and around. Pull it back toward. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Wow. Push it that way. Unbelievable.
Not bad, huh?
Where did you get the Where'd you get the 60 million a day to pull that off?
Cryptocurrency. I've been saving.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Oh, he is back. Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, no.
Yeah. What's that, huh?
Well, that reminds me of the brushing your teeth one where everything goes in slow mo, except for the environment. Did you see that one?
Exactly. Yes, I did. That was so awesome.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious. What another complete bonehead mistake. Again,
Okay, it's kind of funny, except that literally it's a slush fund that milks us out of billions of dollars, which then goes to bribe people and to enrich these criminals. And that's just a small example. We have, for example, Jared Kushner somehow coming up with $100 billion to buy Warner Brothers. Jared Kushner belongs in jail, not in charge of $100 billion of money created out of thin air. And it's only going to get worse. They're setting up death squads in the United States disguised as ICE agents, and they're rounding up dissidents as we speak. And they're trying to fire all patriots from the U.S. military and the enforcement agencies. And I have a special message for FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. You need to get some men with guns and go and arrest Pam Bondi, okay? You're not just going to get anything done by complaining or threatening to resign. Yes. That is obviously not Donald Trump. This is a Zionist fake who has been put in his place, and arresting him is your duty if you're in the military police. And we need to end this nightmare because they're turning up the screws, and they're really gonna try very hard to kill dissident journalists and dissident citizens and everybody else they can. And we need a mass uprising, and it is happening. And I ask people to take personal action. If you see one of these Satanist Zionist puppets in public, confront them. Look what they did to Kristi Noem of the Israeli Department of Homeland Security. Okay, that's what should happen every time these people appear in public. Better still is if you can arrest them, make a citizen's arrest, but that would require men with guns. Again, we need the agencies and the military to understand that the people at the top are criminals, and they're trying to create a digital prison. An example of this was the Chabad death cult. Remember, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. It's in their writings. They just gave a reward to the Peter Thiel's company Palantir for facial recognition software, because this allows them, gives them the potential to turn the entire Western world into a huge slave camp, and that's what they're trying to do. The Swiss government rejected Palantir because they realized that this was going to turn the Swiss people into the puppets of Israel. And Israel itself needs to be dealt with. That's the heart of the beast. And, we're asking the Turkish to send in their military and clean that place up. Now, I'll give you a list of some names of people who, if we arrest them publicly, this nightmare should end. We've got Larry Fink, he should go. Jared Kushner, Ursula von der Leyen, Brigitte Macron, who my French intelligence sources tell me is actually Jean-Michel de Rothschild, Friedrich Merz of Germany, Keir Starmer in the UK, and the usual stuff. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has to be arrested. If we can get rid of these people, we can end this nightmare. And the other thing people do need to understand is no matter how grim the situation looks, this is confined to the West, and the West is headed for bankruptcy. There's no way they can avoid it. China just announced $1 trillion trade surplus. And that's based on real things. That's, computers and televisions being put into boxes and shipped around the world. This is not hallucinatory numbers created on stock markets that don't actually have a basis in reality. And the West has some payments coming due, which they're not going to be able to make. So, for example, my French intelligence sources tell me that the EU and France have a whole bunch of bonds coming due by March, and they don't have the money to pay for it, which is why they're now talking about seizing Russian money that they have illegally frozen. But that's even if they seize that money, it's going to be a temporary stopgap because they just don't have the real economy to back up all their numbers and their bank computers. The same with the United States. These tariffs are bringing in less than a tenth of what the United States government needs. And I have asked the Chinese to please not finance this criminal circus anymore. We need to end this, and the West needs to start with a jubilee, cancel all the debt slavery, end it all, and then put really competent people in charge of economic planning and have them do it on behalf of the people and the elected representatives of the people. But in order to be able to have the elected representatives really represent the people, of course, we're going to need to take away control of the corporate media from these criminals so that people can get accurate information. At the same time, we have to ban corporate donations and money being used to control politicians. In other words, temporarily, we're going to need a military government to arrest all these blackmailed and bribed criminals, and then to restore freedom of the press before we can have real elections, and then we can have people who actually represent Americans, which is not what we have in politics now. And then we can start building the kind of future that people want. So the current young generation can afford a house, which they can't now. And again, I think it's probably going to be that 18 to 34-year-old generation that's going to have to take action because the baby boomers bribed and they're not going to be able to take action. So it's going to be up to the young people. But I do hope that things are going to happen. But we all need to push. This is a dangerous time now. They are desperate, cornered animals, and they're trying everything they can to make sure that we never ever escape from the digital prison they're building. For example, the fake Trump is just saying states cannot regulate AI because they want to use these huge data centers and face recognition so they can put us under complete mental control before they themselves end up facing war crimes trials. And let's not sugarcoat it. And this was to depopulate that country. This is a genocide. And of course, what's happening in Gaza. And then you have this reality TV guy, Pete Hegseth, pretending he's in charge of the military. He's not. He's not competent to be, and he needs to be arrested along with all the other people. So it's time to take action, folks. But even if you don't, I guarantee you this whole thing will implode. The rest of the world has already been liberated, and I don't see how they're going to be able to kick the can down the road much past maybe mid 2026 at the most. That's what the experts say, looking at the finances, and hopefully it'll all end sooner. But we need to take action. Okay, well that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You said that the Macrons were in China. Why do you believe that they were not picked up then and there? What are your thoughts?
Well, the Chinese actually obey international law, and they are formally the head of state of France and his wife, supposedly. So the Chinese respect international law, but at the same time, they made it clear they're not going to, provide these people with the money they came begging for, and that'll end it for that regime in France because they are bankrupt. They've lost the ability to steal resources from Africa, and without that, they're going to have to declare bankruptcy and then restructure everything. But what I'm hearing from my French sources is that there's going to be some kind of real regime change. It's not going to be peaceful, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to involve the military. So that's what's going to probably happen in France and probably the rest of the G7. Next question.
Evan, we haven't heard a whole lot about Palestine recently and the Israel invasion. Can you shed a little light about what is going on there right now?
Uh, Again, this is a last minute attempt by these criminals to have a state completely dominated only by their ethnic group, so that they can have a place where they can continue their transnational crime, their pedophilia, and everything else. And we need Egypt and we need Turkey to go in with their armies and clean that place up uh, and replace it with the multi-religious, multi-ethnic state of Judea. And I know there's support across the region for that, and it's time to do it. But uh, the reason I don't follow the situation with Judea or Palestine closely is because it's an endless recurring loop of the same story over and over and over again. The same with the Ukraine. They say, "Oh, we're going to have peace." No, we're not. We're going to have peace. No, we're not. They're turning in circles, and it's time to step in and end that turn. Next question.
Hi, Ben. When the Trump administration bombs the boat from Venezuela, do you believe that they were actually drug smugglers on that boat, or was this some sort of show of force?
They may or may not have been drug smugglers, but it was still a show of force. And even if they were drug smugglers, under international military law, uh, that was a war crime, especially when you have it's in the U.S. Legal manual. When you have two people floating, helpless, shipwrecked, unable to, that is actually punishable by death under military law. And that should then wake up all the other generals to the fact that they are sworn to obey the law and the Constitution, which a lot of them seem to have forgotten. Next question.
Speaking of Hegseth, what are your thoughts in regards to the White House changing his position from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of War? What's really the point of this?
The point is that they are bankrupt and they're threatening war, they're threatening mayhem and some kind of attempt to steal money. Although, to be honest, calling it Ministry of War is actually more honest. That's what they called it during World War II. And, right now, the way it's been since World War II, it's been an aggressor around the world. They have been waging war everywhere on behalf of people who don't have America's best interests at heart. So, at least they're being honest about calling it Department of War, but we really should have a Department of Defense whose only job should be to defend the American people, not go around stealing oil for the Zionist oligarchs as they do now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why are the White Hats waiting to arrest these fake actors? What is the purpose for the wait? Do they not have the authority, or is it in regards to their ability?
I think that they're so used to obeying orders that they've been they're like being deer frozen in the headlights. They don't know what to do, and especially since the Obama regime, only really dumb people have been promoted to the top. So it's going to have to be sold by the colonels, the people who actually do the real fighting, and not the armchair generals. I think that's what has to happen. Next question.
We have our last question for today. I think we're starting to see the upper limits of inflation and public unrest before we hit a breaking point in the United States and many other parts of the world. Do you expect a national or even global market crash or events of proportionate catastrophe to occur within the near future?
Well, it's easy to say there's a bubble. It's hard to say when it's going to pop, But clearly, the stock market is way out of touch with any, sort of reality. So when you have Tesla, who's losing market share and whose products are now considered inferior, being worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined, that's just not true. It's fake. Same with all these AI companies, everything else. But the good thing is that the stock market isn't reality, okay? These are just numbers on computers. Even if it crashes and goes to zero, there will still be the same amount of houses, factories, farms, people, knowledge. And personally, I think they should just unplug all the financial system computers, and we need to reboot uh, and start with the elimination of all debt, to end debt slavery, and then get people back to work, working on behalf of the United States and the world and the people, and not on behalf of satanic pedophiles, which is the case now. So I think there should be a controlled implosion of the stock market, and then it needs to be restored to its traditional function of actually assigning value based on traditional metrics. It's no longer the case. Now it's just people with money printing machines using the stock market to launder money to their friends, and that's why the United States real economy is losing to China big time. And if we don't improve our systems of economic governance, we are all going to be working for the Chinese. It's already happening, and it's going to get worse unless we start fixing the real economy and getting out of this virtual fake financialized economy. It's just it's broken. Okay, as an example, you have to have a 50-year mortgage to buy a house, and you spend the first 25 years just paying interest, and you end up paying $1.4 million for a $400,000 house. That house should only cost $10,000, and some kid in his 20s should be able to afford it. That's the sort of system we need. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Welcome. It's Rick B2T here. We're going to be empowering Christian patriots truth the next hour or so with 107. In the second hour, we're going to be getting into praise and prayer. We're going to worship him together, hear praise reports, and pray for your specific prayers on the Word and Worship channel on Faith and Freedom TV, as well as the Word and Worship channel, right? So that's where you'll find us. But 107 Live is going to be joining us here soon after we go through a little bit of news. We're going to be talking about Tina, Trump, and Venezuela with him, and just some news reports of what's going on with this crazy world out there. But guys, I tell you what, it's a Christmas season, and Christmas has come early in many ways. We're going to be talking about those in the praise part of the show in the second hour. But let's get into some breaking news right now. I didn't want to start, though, with letting you know about thejennifermackstore.com. That's where I'll be pointing you a little bit to help Juan out, and just to continue to support him and everything that he's doing. Also, another great patriot in this movement is Anna Kate, and she's pulled together just this healthy technologies site that has some of the best water purification, the best not only water filtration but also air filtration and other technologies, grounding mattresses, so many things when it comes, even healthy cookware. And if you really want to make your clean home without harmful chemicals and really get into what's the best air and water that you could have in your home, not to mention other things such as grounding mats, make sure you go to healthytech.com and let them know that let Anna know when you call, or you can call them to understand what's going on with all these great technologies and get things customized to your home. They have a full water filtration system for your whole house, which is really interesting. 754-336-3394. That's 754-336-3394, or just go to healthytext.com. There's a link down below in this video as well. All right, let's continue here, guys, because this is quite an exciting time to see the progress. You probably saw Trump being live last night, and it was a great troll. I just love how he does this. So here's what I'm going to think what he did. So there was rumors that he leaked out with the Congress to saying that there was going to be major announcement about Venezuela. And so people were going, he's going to declare war on Venezuela. And that went out even through Tucker Carlson, just blasted that out everywhere. And so all the big networks were focused on him because they're going to basically see he's not the peace president. See how terrible he is. He's declaring war on Venezuela. So everybody's focused on him, waiting to just lambast him from the mainstream media. And all he does is talk about his accomplishments for 18 minutes, right? Some people said he was trying to speed it up to try. You remember at the end he was trying to speed it up, and he didn't quite hit 17 minutes like he probably wanted to. But point being, is that he is the master troll of the mainstream media, and he had them all thinking that this is going to be a huge major announcement, and all it was is what many people call the campaign ad, right? But it did a really good job talking about what Biden had done and what's happened, without even talking about the selection machines, without even talking about Venezuela at all. So he just completely stayed away from that topic. Number one, it probably showed where some of the leaks maybe came from, because he probably only told that to certain numbers of people. And number two is also just getting all the mainstream media to be glued onto it. And that's what he did. It's beautiful. I love it. All right, let's continue with some other breaking news here. Here's the markets react strongly as inflation drops to 2.7% in November. This was not expected. People were thinking it was going to actually increase a little bit, right? So this is just showing that Trump's policies just work, despite everything the deep state does to try to make him look bad. It's just not working for him, right? So thanks, at Kim, Wisconsin. And so you see here, markets react strongly as inflation drops to 2.9%. And if you just look at this, cooled to 2.7%, falling short of economists' expectations and offering what could be welcome news for Americans struggling with high costs. The consumer price index rose 2.7% over the last 12 months. Just think about that, compared to where Biden had us. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, down from 3% in September. So to drop that 3%, that's 0.4% better than they expected. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones had expected 3.1%. So they're expecting this inflation to creep up. And instead, it drops by 0.3 to 0.4 below what it was supposed to be. That's huge from a perspective that it's just shown that everything he's doing is working. And despite the slow drops in the Fed, and it just shows that Trump was right. We could have dropped this earlier. And that would have actually spurred the housing market, right, from a mortgage perspective, et cetera. So core inflation, which excludes food and energy, dropped to 2.6% annually, the lowest rate since March of 2021. Isn't that a key date? What happened in January of 2021? It's right, the stolen election, the J6 false flag, right? That all happened. And now Trump has reversed completely the massive inflation that they purposely dropped on us. I mean, remember, they cannot have a one world government with a strong United States of independent people that want to have nationalism. And they have to destroy us. So that it's clear that's what they're doing, right? That is exactly what they're doing. So, but there's a catch. The numbers come with a big asterisk. So, and this is the shutdown problem, right? The 43-day government shutdown that ended in mid-November left the Bureau of Statistics unable to collect most pieces of data for October. And so they're basically saying this could retroactively change. And so this is CNN's going to spin that and try to put that to negative. But again, the whole point being is that with a new Federal Reserve person coming in, lowering the interest rates, 2026 could boom. And then the whole thing that Kim Clements talks about the beautiful United States he saw in 2027, we're on track to see that. Right? The Democrats and Satan himself obviously wants Trump to be impeached and to lose the November elections. As long as we stand firm as Christians and with our authority in Christ, guys, we're going to be on the path of Kim Clement, not the path of the satanic creatures, the Luciferian globalists that want us to be destroyed as a country. That's not going to happen. Oh, I see Juan in, so we're going to move right to Juan right now. As soon as I get the thumbs up that he's unmuted. He is unmuted, and so I'm going to put him on the second screen. Juan, how are you doing today?
2020, it's not over yet.
I love that.
Oh, the dramas. Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you, man, it's just epic. It's unbelievable where we're at right now. But I have one thing. There's all this stuff going on. The president, Venezuela, Ukraine, Congo, everything. I have one thing. Tina Peters. That's the only thing I care about this exact second. That's all I want to talk about. Mm-hmm. She's in peril. Mm-hmm. She's a heroine. She's a hero. She's done something that in the rarefied air of all the patriots, all the beautiful things that patriots have done across the country over the last decade, couple of decades, trying to wrestle back control of our country to the people. What she did, you have 2,500 counties in the country. And out of all those counties, you have one county clerk that went in defiance of everybody, had legal authority, understood it, and made a copy of what was in the machines before anybody could erase the evidence of the fraud of the 2020 election.
Beautiful. Yep.
And she stands unique and alone and has stood her ground. A lot of people don't know this. She was offered the opportunity to have all the prosecution stop.
Yep.
All of the pain stop if she would just renounce what she'd done, destroy all those records, apologize, kiss the ass of the Secretary of State and Dominion and everybody else, the governor and all these other slimy people. It all could end. She just had to agree that she was wrong. And you know what? She sits in a state prison in solitary, 4 pit bull guards surrounding her at all times. Not because they're worried about other prisoners bothering her at this point, because they're worried that U.S. Marshals are going to come pick her up.
Yeah.
And they're choking back all the federal people coming to prison. They won't let more than 2 in the door at a time. You know why that is? Because she's got 4 pit bull guards. Nobody's overhandling, manhandling, whatever, to get Tina out of there. So they have gone into a totally defensive position. They think Trump's going to come do something. They want a big scene. So Tina is a pawn in a much larger game, national in nature, so much bigger than people have understood or want to understand even. And we're here to, fight to get her back free. It's a very, very big deal.
Yes, and what was so interesting, the forensic recording that she got. Some people are saying, "Oh, it's all about the voter rolls. It has nothing to do with the machines." But hers is the only forensic copy, right? That was the before and after showing the illegal activity of Dominion.
Well, let me just say this: that the people that we have here in the U.S. who actually actively worked in the flipping of the elections, 2020, in setting up those programs and those systems. In looking at the forensic copy that she obtained before and after the Dominion trusted build, have looked at it and said, first off, the trusted build deleted 29,000 files related to the 2020 election in defiance of both state law, 28 months you have to retain those records, and federal law, 22 months. They did that before that period of time had elapsed in the spring of 2020, half a year after the election, 2020, spring of 2021. And so they violated state and federal election law, yet Tina's the one in jail, not those people that destroyed the records of the election.
Yeah.
Now I can tell you that there's a bad hair day coming, and it's not too far off out in the distant future for some of the people that did that. And when they cry and moan and it's not fair and everything else, it's going to fall on deaf ears. Okay. It was just fine when you did what you did to Tina, and now you want us to show up for you? Yeah, right. Dramas are ahead. But in the meantime, it's absolutely crucial. Tina doesn't have months and months to go through the court process, come up with a determination, get her free, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't have that kind of time. She's got health issues that are cascading. And it's been brutal. She's been buoyed up a bit because she knows we're out here, we're fighting hard. President Trump issued a pardon. But imagine how sapping of your strength it would be to know that the highest authority in the land, in the world, has said you're pardoned, you're free, go home. And yet the people that have physical custody there in the prison, the guards, the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the governor, are saying, nope, we don't care if the president says this. We're bigger, tougher, meaner with their treatment of her, which was, unlawful in the treatment, let alone the prosecution in the first place. They ran her to trial illegally. And that will eventually come out. Even the judge in this kangaroo court, 41 motions put in that he denied, where they were trying, amongst other things, to show that there was not even a legal basis for this trial even occurring because she was operating under federal authority. If it had to be done anywhere, it should be done in a federal setting, federal court. But the state of Colorado and the feds had said, we're not going to prosecute. There's no crime here. The state went in there and prosecuted. It's a kangaroo court. And then they won't even let her out on appeal on bail. You can run a meth lab and they'll let you out on bail on appeal on a conviction. But she's such a danger to society. And the judge violated her 8th and her First Amendment of speech. Well, she was talking too much about this whole thing. And so the judge says, you're talking about this election stuff too much. I'm going to throw the book at you. Mm-hmm. Well, that's excessive punishment outside of, just, whatever the alleged crime was. He throws the book at her and says that he's going to give her the maximum because she's talking. He says it right there in the thing. It's a violation of the constitutional rights, 1st and 8th. And doesn't matter. It's all going to get overturned on appeal. The problem is the governor's corrupt. They'll take forever. They're shaving minutes and hours and days off of Tina's life. So what can the president do? As I already identified, I just had one of the top law enforcement and legal experts on planet Earth, not somebody that just interprets the rules that police and departments operate under, write the rules for how departments will operate. Big difference. It's all the difference in the world. We just talked about Tina's situation just now for over an hour. And he concurs. One of the greatest crimes occurring right this second is the crime by the governor, the attorney general, the director of prisons, and the warden, putting corrections officers and personnel in a catch-22. Do they obey President Trump's pardon, or do they enforce the governor's decision to continue to incarcerate Tina Peters, who was put on trial in Colorado? Literally, it's the whole trial is going to be thrown out as a violation of federal supremacy in this matter. But these guards are being put in place. They don't have legal training. They don't have attorneys at their behest. Think about this. The governor themselves, the governor's not a lawyer. Who does he go to when he gets, advice over what he's able to do legally to keep Tina incarcerated? He goes to his attorneys. Okay, these are the same attorneys advising the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, everybody in there, the head of the Bureau of Prisons, even the warden. These are the same attorneys generically advising Colorado, same cut as advised everybody involved that they could take Trump off the ballot in Colorado in the 2024 election. Okay. And so, we can take Trump off the ballot. Do it. And you had a dozen states waiting. We're going to do it too. As soon as you win Colorado, we're taking him off the ballot in all these other states. You're on the path. Great job. Okay, do it. They went all the way up into the 10th District Court on an election emergency, whether or not they could take Trump off the ballot because of this conviction in New York, and which was on appeal, and that they were going to be able to do it. Everybody said, yeah, you can take him off the ballot. He doesn't stand a chance. We're going to win. Gets to the Supreme Court on an election emergency, and you know what happened? 9 to 0. Not even one liberal federal justice at the Supreme Court could agree with Colorado, all their attorneys, the governor, the secretary of state, anybody, the AG, about taking Trump off the ballot. Are you kidding me? You don't have the authority to take him off the ballot, you idiots. A 9-0 decision at the Supreme Court, that is telling all the people in Colorado, you're a bunch of effing idiots. That's the equivalent of it. A 9-0? When was the last time you heard of a 9-0 determination at the Supreme Court? It's always 6-3, 17. You can always get one liberal justice to decide, no, we got to go this way and get a dissenting opinion. This was 9-0. Not one injustice could find in the way that Colorado wanted to do it. And these are the same attorneys that are now advising, no, you can keep Tina Peters in prison. You can defy a presidential pardon. He doesn't have the authority to do stuff in Colorado. Okay. And what are they basing it on? What are the attorneys basing this opinion that they're giving to the governor, the secretary of state, the attorney general, the Bureau of Prisons director, the warden? What are they basing it on? No case has ever gone to trial on this exact thing. And in fact, the reason no case has gone to trial is because no state has ever tried to overturn a presidential pardon, even in a state case, and they do exist. So what are you basing it on, Governor of Colorado? An attorney's opinion? Is that attorney worth his salt? Are these the same guys that told you could take Trump off the ballot and told your AG and your Secretary of State you could take Trump off the ballot in 2024? What kind of a track record do they have? Is that going to be able to stand? Will that stand the test of time? In the meantime, Tina has damages. They are unlawfully holding her. Mm-hmm. If you do get to court eventually, and it's months or years down the road, and get a decision, all the time that Tina remains in your custody in defiance of that presidential order, that pardon, you're on the hook. You unlawfully detained her without any basis. There is no basis in law for them to defy the presidential pardon. And by the way, as far as how prisons are run, do you know that over the years, many times, not just occasionally, a rarity or whatever, many times, federal authorities have had to step into state prisons and take them over. Literally take over a state-run prison because the conditions were so out of compliance, violating the civil rights of the inmates who have civil rights also, even if they're incarcerated. You can't treat them certain ways. You can't put them in certain conditions. Okay? Governors allowed that to happen. Directors of prisons allowed that to happen. Attorneys told them it was okay, and they went ahead and did it. And then the federal government had to step in, take control of the whole prison, entire prison systems. Go look it up. Is President Trump going to have to show up with the 101st Airborne, backing up federal marshals, and going in there and taking over the prison where Tina's at so they can take custody of her? And when they're only metering a couple of Justice Department people in there, a couple of U.S. Marshals in the prison at a time, so that nobody can take physical custody of Tina. They want to have a fight. She's got 4 pit bulls around her right now, anytime she's out of her cell, guarding her, not from the inmates, from being taken into custody by anybody that Trump would send there. Think about that. It's insane. And the guards, the prison personnel, are being put in this catch-22. Do I obey the president of the United States? How many Trump supporters are in there going, gosh, this doesn't feel right, but I got to keep my job. I got to feed the family. I got to do that. That's what people said in Germany. My family's starving. I got to keep the job. I got to go along with what the courts tell me. Do you realize that the Nuremberg trials, you hear about people like Hess and Goebbels all these high profile names, the generals running Germany. But after the big names trials were finished, for years afterwards at Nuremberg, they got down through the ranks. Eventually it was judges. The first Nuremberg movie wasn't about the big guys and Goebbels taking cyanide and killing himself and defying the hangman. The first Nuremberg movie was about the judges who passed judgment in Nazi Germany because laws had been passed by the legislature and ordered by the Fuhrer.
Wow.
And they enforced it.
I didn't know that.
Okay. Yes, go back and watch the first Nuremberg movie.
Wow.
It's an amazing movie. Kramer, Stanley Kramer, did the movie, a fantastic director. Some of the biggest names in Hollywood at the time are all in that movie. I think it was done in 60 or 61. And really set the country on its ear. And it was about judges and their participation in adjudicating and administering the law against citizens unjustly. Just because somebody passed a law, well, we were just enforcing the law. That's all my job was to enforce the law. The legislature says that we have to sterilize people if they have, gone against Hitler. If they don't talk nice about it, we got to sterilize them. And the doctors, I hate to do this. Sir, I'm sorry that we got to do this, but here, go lay down on this thing. The nurses, we really feel bad about it. This is really bad. And then they proceed to sterilize people, men, women, in medical facilities, ordered by the court. You don't show up, we come find you. You show up, it goes easier for you. You don't show up, we'll go after your whole family. We won't just sterilize you, we'll sterilize all your kids. We'll throw them in concentration camps after we sterilize them. That's what was going on in Germany. And everybody, I have to have a meal. I've got to take care of my family. I got to keep working. And they went ahead and did it anyway because, it's what everybody was doing. And the Nuremberg trials finally got down through the ranks. People had forgotten about it, but the trials went on because you were part of the machine. Those people that are continuing to hold Tina in state custody in that prison, in these lousy prison conditions, are going to eventually get sued by Tina because they enforced what the governor decreed without authority, without challenging it. They were participants in enforcing that, just like the job. Well, we're just following the law from the legislature. We're just following the law from the Fuhrer. It was absolutely, that was the law. I have to enforce the law. I'm a judge. Go watch the first Nuremberg movie, the one that was done in the 60s. And then look at Tina's situation. If you're a guard, are you on the right side of history or the wrong side? If you're a guard, if you're working in the Colorado prison system, we're going to get the logs of every person that had anything to do with Tina's case, including administrative. And you're going to have collective partial, some type of involvement, guilt, even damages. And by the way, the threshold to prove civil damages is much lower than criminal. Mm-hmm. And your personal, your Harley, your car, your college fund, whatever you got, it's all you're civilly on the hook for damages. It's going to be huge damages for Tina. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Judgment at Nuremberg. I have it on the screen right now. It's called Judgment at Nuremberg.
That's right.
Yeah.
And remember, that's not the main people. That's when it started to get down to the enforcers. Okay, the judges, the doctors, the guards, the police that were enforcing unlawful laws, illegal laws. This is a question. Is it lawful for a prison guard to enforce a state law over a federal law? Who told you that? Within the union of government employees, that I think it's 706 is the union hall there, where they have employees, prison guards, that work at the Supermax prison, Alcatraz of the Rockies, where El Chapo. I keep wanting to say El Gaucho. I don't know why. El Chapo and the Unabomber and lots of other, monster people are incarcerated. They're operating under federal authority. If the president says something, they're going to disobey it because the governor of Colorado says something. Just because it was a state charger in state prison, do you have the opportunity to license the proper legal advice to defy a presidential pardon as a state prison guard there at La Vista Prison? Everybody involved in the prosecutions during the Germany during the war, they were obeying the law. They were enforcing the law. And they were tried at Nuremberg and suffered the consequences because they were just doing what they were told to do. If you're told to lower the thermostat way down low in the cell blocks where Tina was being held, because, the reason they do it, when prisoners are cold, they're less active. They don't do as much mean stuff. That's literally verbally what's been told, just to keep them less active. But it's a violation of the prisoner's rights. Like we don't have the history. Excuse me. People are coming for you. The president ordered a federal investigation of the prison conditions in Colorado. And as those reports come back, we may be completely justified, forced to send in others to take over control of the prisons in Colorado. Some, many, all, whatever. And the governor's not going to stop that. There's a history of doing that with the violations, with stuff that I know, with people that are already got active things getting ready to be filed legally within the Colorado prison system, within the federal courts. Traumas ahead. But in the meantime, with Tina's life on the line, her health on the line, her ability to recover, getting to her soon enough, we don't have the luxury of long months or years. It's not happening. Expect action sooner than later. And for all of the prison personnel, at least as a first step to be on the right side of history, I would be sending letters out. I'd get legal counsel myself if it was me. I'm just, my own position is, if I was somewhere in the system, I would retain counsel immediately. $500 or something. Might be $1,000. It's going to be cheap in the end. And ask them to help you to secure a get out of jail free card. What's that look like? They need to immediately send a letter on your behalf to the warden at the prison that you might be working with, not just La Vista, even other ones that Tina's been at, and other prisons within the Colorado system where things are being done improperly, and you know that they are. Are they going to, for example, in Tina Peters' case, indemnify you from any legal action that she might take that would incur personal civil damages or criminal for your actions operating inside the prison in her continued incarceration in defiance of the presidential pardon? Because they're saying that they have the authority and the president doesn't to hold Tina, and they're using you as a pawn in their political game. So do you have any protection personally while they play their game out that you don't end up having legal action taken against you or tying you down, including your ability to work because you violated some federal thing as though you knew what you were doing in defiance of the presidential pardon? Again, when Trump's people come in and take over a whole prison, if that was to happen, is there going to be a job for you? Are you going to be able to get a job at a different location while everything's in question? Every single person working there, did you do stuff on the right side of the law or the wrong side when the Nuremberg trials start? Or some variation thereof. And beyond that, a letter to the warden clarifying your employment situation. You see, if you're having to choose between what the governor says and what the president says, is that a violation of your employment? Is that an unfair labor practice to put you in the position of having to choose between the president and the governor and whose orders you're going to honor? Who has superseding authority? You're in a conundrum and you have to pick which side. That's an unfair labor practice. You're being put in peril from both sides. You're in a vice.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to pick one side or the other. And any way you go, let's say that you decide you want to go with President Trump and talk with other guards, and we shouldn't be doing this. We should, allow that the U.S. Marshals come and take custody. We should allow that the attorneys come to the door and take custody of Tina. We should escort her to the door. If you were to do that, you would face redress. You would face employment crisis for obeying a presidential order, pardon, and you get retaliation against you within the state. If, on the other hand, you continue to retain and participate in and hold Tina, now you may come under both civil action from Tina to sue you, where they didn't have legal authority to hold you and you participated from the state level and it gets overturned. You may be personally on your Harley, your classic car, your house on the line. I don't have anything to lose. Okay. Well, maybe in the future you do. And by the way, you do, because you could be incarcerated. Tina was a pawn in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And she was really in a more powerful position even than any of the guards there. She was a clerk of a county elected by the citizens in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And they took that pawn in this political game and threw her into prison unlawfully. That's all going to get overturned. You think you're in any better position than Tina as a guard in the prison when justice comes knocking? That was the whole conundrum for these people as the Nuremberg trials got down past the really high profile figures to the judge in a neighborhood, a policeman going to pull somebody in, knowing what they were going to do. And they were participants at street level. Because we're going after everybody that is involved in this crimes against Tina when this is all over,
Mm-hmm.
with her being held. Think about what I'm telling you. The other letters that you should get a letter of indemnification from the warden, from the Bureau of Prisons Director Mosley, from the Attorney General's office, that, if there's criminal stuff, you were just doing your job and you were authorized to do that, and they're not going to let you get prosecuted, that they're not going to prosecute for anything and allow the feds to come in and prosecute you. He can't actually do that, but then that's my point. He's got you in peril. The governor, are they going to make a decision that and put it out publicly? See, they just assert that the state has the right to keep Tina. On what court case are you settling that opinion on? Where in the legal framework are you settling on? Excuse me, there is no court case. And the presumption is Lincoln incarcerated a whole bunch of insurrectionists.
Yeah.
Your activity in defying a presidential pardon is insurrectionist. It's seditious, undermining the authority of the federal government, of the president of the United States. That is seditious in nature. Do you understand what the risk is? So you need a letter from the governor indemnifying you, and that they will cover any of your expenses, and that they will fight for you, that they've cited this law and that law, and I have the authority to protect you. Okay. And we'll do everything to protect you. We'll hire your attorneys and pay for your time when you go to court to testify, and depositions and everything else. Same thing from the Attorney General, the director of the prisons. And then here's the other thing. You're a union member. I think that the union, I actually have a lot of appreciation for the work that's done in the unions. And I've interacted with some of the best that, kind of relatively notorious figures, but I understand this. Used to have dinner with one of them, very, very famous, periodically. least once a quarter, and understood the neighborhood pretty well. It's a tough area. People have no concept within that union world and the attorneys that work in it. The union for the corrections officers should be the first one up to bat to tell everybody involved it is not appropriate, and we're not going to stand by while our union members are placed in peril both by the governor and the president, and they have to pick a side. But for their employment, everything else, they pick the side of the governor because that's where the paycheck comes from. Oh, really? And they pick the side of the warden because that's who assigns the hours, etc., and the assignments. Even I'll tell you one other thing. This was a unfair labor practice. The guards at La Vista had to go in and act like cleaners within the broader community jobs that you could have, because you're in charge of protecting society while we have some of these monsters. You know, most of the people are they're there, they do their time, they know they're there for a reason, and they get it over with. But that's not the majority. And some of them run it like a pack of dogs. The Supermax there, let alone the Colorado facilities, very underappreciated how critical they are within society, for an American society. So the union needs to step up and mediate between these two camps and not let the guards be in the middle of this. Really what should have happened is that the governor should have ordered to accept the deal to have Tina go into federal custody. That was the agreement. That was being worked on for the last 7 months. With no cost to Colorado, federal government will pay all the bills, take Tina into federal custody while Colorado could continue to pursue their legal action in the state. When the federal government's done with her, they could take back custody of Tina, which might be a decade from now. By then, we've adjudicated everything through the courts, state and federal, and determined if, in fact, the prosecution of Tina was actually lawful and legal, which is going to be overturned. They want their pound of flesh right now. They're paying off their, political buddies using Tina for their political Game of Thrones theater. So what I believe, every guard in there should be asking their union to go to their defense, because it's an unfair labor practice for them to be put in the conundrum of obeying the governor versus the president in this situation. You see what I'm saying? Can you see how this is a hard thing for those people that work in the prison? They're already doing difficult work, and then they got to pick, am I going to get sued by this inmate? She has the right to do that.
Yes.
The second that pardon was signed, and they're continuing to do it, you've picked a side. That's not fair to you. But it's the way of the world. You have to now make a decision. Do I follow Hitler? Mm-hmm. Or do I push the law? Do I push the new law that these criminals put in place? Or the pre-oath law, Heil Hitler? Okay, and it seems extreme to even put it in those kind of terms. But then again, you have a person in custody whose health and life is on the line. Gold Star mother. She doesn't have decades to sort this out. Your actions in shaving days off her life with the harshness, the difficulties that she's been placed in, contributed. What's your liability for contributing to that? I would put the warden online. I don't want to participate in this. I don't want to be on any of the logs. I'm stepping aside. You know what you're doing? You're getting on the right side of history. You're creating a record that you had questions about the legal conundrum you were put in, and you'll pause until you get a legal finding, action, indemnification. I'm on the right side of history. I'm on the right side of the law. The people that purport to say I should do something have the legal right to do that. There's a case called the Federal Crop Insurance, Merrill versus Federal Crop Insurance case. And in that case, the decision was that anyone, put the prison guard in that situation. If you're a prison guard, anyone doing anything with any officer, agent, contractor, employee of the government, doesn't matter whether it's state or federal, by the way, it's on you. It's your responsibility to determine whether or not that person has the authority to order, direct, control what they say they have the authority to do. So it's tough, but it is the decision. It's up to you before you enter into any contract, agreement, operation, employment, anything with any government employee to determine first, do they have the authority to do what they purport to say that they have the authority to do? Does the governor of Colorado have the legal authority to defy a presidential pardon? And if you're not an attorney and you're not certain, you should seek legal counsel, ask that legal counsel to get a letter in writing, not just a verbal agreement, a letter in writing citing the basis for that authority, something that can be verified, to do that. You know, I have a judge in a case right now where he doesn't know it yet, but we have him on tape, on record in the courtroom several times, overturning motions. And I'm not going to give you details on it because this hasn't been sprung yet on this judge. This judge was pulling cases out of his ass, cases that never existed. And he says, well, such and so case, so-and-so, in this court, it was determined that this was the legal finding case. So I'm going to decide against this motion and set it aside. Or I'm going to decide for this motion and go with it. We started looking because there was one case he cited. I'm like, I don't remember that case. I think we'd know about that case because that is in violation of this other case. So we start looking around. We can't find the case. I pay people big money, big money. Go make sure I'm not missing something. He actually said what court that happened in. And there is no such case. Then we start looking at all the other stuff, including a couple of other cases. We start looking. This judge is quoting cases that don't exist. And then saying my ruling is based on such and so. Nobody had ever challenged it that way and gone to the depths. So when the governor says that he has the authority to defy a presidential pardon, where's the case? He doesn't have it. It's never been adjudicated. Peter Tickton, Tina's attorney, the lead counsel, President Trump's friend, has looked at the issue and says, no court has ever determined this, and no federal presidential pardon has ever been overturned. So what's the governor of Colorado pulling out of his ass? I mean, there's questions about a whole bunch of stuff that's been say that he has the authority to do this. Does he have the authority to do it? That's what crop insurance, Merrill versus Crop Insurance Corporation, says. It's up to you, the person entering into an agreement, the guy that's agreeing with the governor to keep Tina incarcerated, working with the Bureau of Prisons, working with the warden to keep Tina incarcerated. It's up to you as a guard. It's on you. Seems crazy, but it is, to first determine that any government agent, officer, employee that you may be engaged with, agreeing with, doing something on behalf of, entering into a contract with, your employment agreement, by the way, has the authority to order the things they order, to do the things they do, promise the things they promise. And if it's not true, it's up to you to challenge it, to verify it, or not take action on what they've told you to do when they don't have the authority to do it, and you become you're in collusion. It's actually called racketeering. If there is a conspiracy amongst the guards, the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the governor, the attorney general to keep Tina incarcerated, that's covered as a racketeer influence corrupt organization in defiance, in this case, of a presidential pardon. Do you think If they're able to put Tina, a 70-year-old grandmother, Gold Star mom, elected by the citizens in Mesa County in jail, in prison, where she's at right now, if they can do that to her, do you have the pull that she has? Are you going to be a pawn in this bigger game, this political game? Don't do it, man. Get a legal opinion. Hire your brother-in-law, your friend from college, whoever the attorney is, that you just need the basics. Send a letter to each one of those ones. I need an answer within 24 hours. What's your authority? And am I indemnified? If they come after me, are you going to protect me? Get it in writing. Remember the scene at the end of Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford, and he's confronting the White House official, and the White House official pulls a paper out and flashes it in Ford's face. And he says, I have a letter. See that there? That's signed by the president. I have a letter. Do you have a letter? You're going to go before Congress. You're going to defend your actions before Congress. I have a letter. And they're not coming after me because I was doing it under orders and it was official and I was well protected. Do you have a letter from the governor saying you're fully authorized? I'm going to protect you come hell or high water. The state of Colorado is going to pay every last expense for you, even if they come after your car, your Harley, your personal whatever. I'm going to protect you. And the state of Colorado is going to protect you. Do you have a letter? If you don't, you better get an attorney and get those letters going right now. And you want responses immediately within 24 hours from the warden, the Bureau of Prisons, the Attorney General, and the governor. And oh, by the way, you should be talking to the union and union attorneys. Am I on solid ground? Am I being put in a conundrum, a catch-22 situation? Will you help me in fighting this unfair labor practice against the guards? The guards should get together. I don't care what side. I don't care if you think that Tina should be incarcerated. You're still in danger. I don't care if you hate that Tina's being incarcerated. Gosh, I hate to do this operation. You know, I'm not in agreement with this, but I got to pay my bills. I got to get a check. That was the reason they ended up in trials at Nuremberg, and they were average citizens just doing their job. Figure it out.
Hey, Juan, I know you have another hard stop here pretty soon. I just want to make sure people knew that they could go to the JenniferMackStore.com, the JenniferMack.com, the JenniferMack.com. And there's a beautiful video called Free Tina Peters, Hallelujah. I've been showing it on the screen, but with the sound.
Yes, Jen put that together, yes.
It's fantastic. So make sure you go to thejennifermack.com. Share that video. It'll take you to a Rumble video. The link will, and it's just a beautiful video with sound.
You know what? Let me just mention something. You know what? That video was extremely suppressed out across the internet. Mm-hmm. Extremely suppressed. Mm-hmm. And it should have got hundreds of thousands, millions of views. It only showed as having got like a few thousand views. I could put something out anywhere. I'd get 300,000 views in a heartbeat. And I had somebody within the system that says, yeah, that was detuned. They tried to suppress that every way they possibly could because people were sharing. You know, it's download and share. Just share it peer to peer.
Right.
It wasn't getting shared allegedly. No, it got shared a lot. But everywhere they could, they stamped it down. Took down posts and telegrams and X's and everything else because they hated that video, the machine. They stopped everything. And it's a fantastic video. So please, it deserves another push. And if your people push it hard and get it out and force it out there, that's an amazing video that Jen did. So please do. It's a fun one. It's actually, you know, it's one of those ones you want to listen to more than once.
Yeah, no question. And I think I'm going to pull it down and put it on Faith and Freedom TV. So you guys can find it there at Faith and Freedom TV as well. But go to thejennifermack.com and it'll give you the link right away. Again, thejennifermack.com. And that's also where you can get the gold and silver, get all kinds of things like the Matador jackets and all kinds of cool.
Megador. Magador.
Magador. Yes.
In fact, let me just say this, and I've said it before, but I don't want to be over redoing it. But listen, even in the last many hours, without getting into all the weeds on this, two of the biggest silver consumers on planet Earth have had to go to mines and literally buy all the silver that the mine can produce for the next several years. And the number that they agreed to pay is significantly higher than what you see silver at right now. That's a very artificial price. It's diluted by paper trades in the mid 60s now, mid 60s,
65, 56 right now.
60s, yeah. And the reason is because the amount of silver available, a lot of the silver contracts, the physical silver wasn't delivered at the beginning of the month. And it's going to fail again at the end of this month, 1st of January. And so these companies, for industrial purposes, they have to have silver for computer chips. They have to have silver for the materials for these server farms and solar farms like that. China stopped all silver from being exported out of the country because it's a critical material for all of the electronics that they build and like that. And there's not enough, even with all of their mining and like that, they can bring in from the rest of the world. So silver is poised to go significantly higher. And even the trades that were just done, the one that I was made aware of a few hours ago, where I questioned, well, is that true? Is what these people saying actually true? I got to one of the principals within that negotiation on the legal side. He said, yeah. And he couldn't give me the exact number, but it's a 3-digit number in the low 3 digits for that ramps up at certain checkpoints 6 months from now, a year from now, year and a half. And so they pre-bought silver from the mining company that they will then have to find somebody to process, final process, refine, etc. But the amount that they're paying is way over the current valuation. Why is that? Because they have their businesses stop if they don't have enough silver. They cannot wait until somebody finally decides to deliver silver. They have to have predictable supply coming in. So they're hiring private security to come in and auditors to come in and monitor the mine production and movement of the silver ore and the early processing, and then they will continue that as they move it to locations for final processing, and then transfer to their manufacturing facilities. They're going to, with private security, protect every stage of it, and they've agreed to pay with the mining companies a number higher than what you're seeing currently right now. Why? Because the true price of silver, especially for industrial purposes, is much higher, and they need huge volumes. Silver is under threat to go radically higher, especially as it's understood that much of the silver that's in existence being traded right now isn't real. It's paper promises, it's paper fiat that won't result in real physical silver showing up at the industrial use locations. So silver's under threat to go significantly higher next year. And as the Treasury comes in and uses silver and gold certificates for real silver and gold on deposit in the Treasury facilities, not just paper promises like the Federal Reserve, et cetera. Something's coming. So getting silver coins, of course, I think what Jen and I have is fantastic, and it's going to have collector value out in the future. And we don't print that many, by the way. We don't mint that many. It's a very limited supply. We're coming to the end now. I have one more delivery of silver coins for 2025, and then we're on to 2026. And by the way, the one for 2026, we'll do a pre-sale on it shortly. It's going to be epic. But with prices still pretty volatile. I'll probably have to move up prices. It's already past right now the price where I should have moved up my prices, but I held because I think it's still got one more bounce in it before it goes up further, past 70. And so this is a good price right now. But you don't have to buy it from me. Buy it, silver coin. If you get like a U.S. minted coin or Canadian minted coin, is actually very good with the maple leaves. It's actually a higher quality than the U.S. coins, by the way. Higher silver content, but it's not pure silver, and so the prices will look like they're at spot price. But remember, you're getting a coin that's like, even in the pre-64 stuff, that's like 70% silver, and the rest of it's things to make the coin strong enough to survive. So you're not getting a pure silver coin. That's why even what we have, which is 999 pure. And then, by the way, the other thing is that the coins that we have, just so you understand, they're proof quality. Proof quality coins, there's a bunch more steps that go into making a proof quality coin, with its purity, and also it's a polished coin before it's actually stamped. There's a lot more steps to it, and then the dies have to be changed periodically because in order to keep a nice, deep, solid stamping. There's a lot goes into it. We're actually extremely competitive. We're almost exactly, I think, just a hair under what the U.S. proof quality coins are for the Silver Eagles, which is not spot price. So somebody asked me about this. That's why I'm taking a second to explain that.
Okay.
We're very, very competitive, and then the themes like that. I think these coins, they're going to be. This is the 2025 Gitmo coin, and you can see how it's got all the polish on it. So that's because of these extra steps. And then I think this is going to be so epic, so part of the whole theme of Trump moving on, Trump taking on the deep state bull, and Trump as the Megador, not just Matador, but Megador, taking on the deep state bull. Because what's this about? It's the deep state trying to hijack control of America. One of the interesting things on Tina's case, I think it's kind of a fun, interesting thing. I never follow the Zodiac stuff and all that. It's just not, it's not an area that I want to go into. However, let me just add this. There is some interesting things in the Old Testament that tie to the different seasons of the year and some of the Zodiac stuff that some of the guys that look at it, it's like, well, yeah, that is in there. But anyway, but it doesn't mean I run my life by that stuff. It's an interesting curiosity. I think some people have shipwrecked their faith by looking at the creation, not the creator.
Yeah.
But that said, the sign in the Zodiac that the governor of Colorado is born under is Taurus, the bull. And how interesting that the place where this challenge in this great arena that we're all watching, this bullfight with Trump versus Polis, and this imagery comes into play at this exact place in Tina's case. Denver, that location in Colorado is like a great big bowl or cauldron. And from the occult side, because it's the highest major city in the continental U.S., that's why they wanted these underground facilities out at the airport and everything else that they're going to run the world from if they got their way. They actually, from the occult side, view that as a cauldron and to work from, doing their magic spells and mixing things up. But it's also kind of an arena. And the whole world's having to show up in this fight. And bullfights are messy things. They're horrible. And by the way, there's, I'll tell you what, Jen has a blanket in her store there.
That's what I'm showing.
It is an extremely high quality blanket. Okay. It's like awesome. And we looked at a bunch of blankets, a couple of them that we could sell for a lot less. And when we found this one and you compared it with the other blankets, it wasn't even a contest. This is such a wonderful blanket. Keep your legs warm in the wintertime, cuddle up under it, at the beach. We had it down at the beach the other day, and she used it on the beach. And it was nice because we were watching the sunset, and we stayed, toasty warm, even though we had a pretty good breeze because a big storm came in, huge waves and everything. We were watching it at the sunset the other day when I came back here, and but it's football games for grandma, grandpa over the couch, whatever. It's awesome. So just so you know.
Yeah, and I'm just showing it so you can get it in gray or beige. It looks like just
on the backing. Yeah.
Yeah, just FYI. But now, thank you so much, Juan, for taking the time. I know you have a commitment, but wanted to just say a turbo prayer for you real quick. Hey, one turbo question maybe and turbo answer is, I was just shocked about how all the Venezuela stuff came out with all the evidence and 2 generals and the lack of even coverage of that, even with influencers. What do you think's up with that?
Well, they still don't fully understand the magnitude of what's in play here. Let me just say this for everybody here. The most important thing that Trump will ever do in his entire life, the most important thing that he will do within public life and his office as president, first and second term, the singular most important thing, and he knows this, that he will ever do is to bring about honest elections. It's the core of the whole American experience. When the Pilgrims came here, it was to get out from under bloodline rule, where it wasn't the best and brightest that ran the country. It was the bloodline privilege that got control, not just at the king or queen, but down through the ranks. And they were essentially pawns, slaves in somebody else's game. If you weren't born that way, you didn't get past it. You could perform, you could do things, you could get honors and things like that, but that didn't make you bloodline. You might marry into the bloodline, your offspring might get some place in it, but that was rare, and it was down at the bottom of the ranks. Anything further up senior, they're only marrying in between the bloodlines. So they came to America to be sovereigns over their own household, and that was the American experience dream. When you capture and steal elections, it's of the elite, by the elite, for the elite. It's a criminal class. Stealing votes, counterfeiting votes is more valuable than counterfeiting money. Why? Because the money gets spent by the people that counterfeit the votes and get in office.
Amen. Mm-hmm.
So when you understand what's going on in this Game of Thrones, by bringing back honest, lawful elections where the people that you voted for, your fellow citizens, take office, that you actually get to pick and choose who work for you within government, not some selection process where you just get fed a bunch of crap and somebody gets in there that'll do somebody else's bidding in these hijacked elections. That's the most important right of the citizens of America and people around the world. So when Trump restores honest elections, the scripture says God hates unjust weights and measures. People that put a fraudulent weight to try and get gain over their neighbor on how much grain they get, to how much meal, how much something else. When you have dishonest weights and measures, that's something that God detests completely. And unjust votes is an unjust weight and measure. God hates that. So Trump is in a very godly position to return honest elections to the American people. The second thing that Trump wants to do, the other leg that he will stand before the throne of God on, when I was in the right place and I had the authority, I restored honest elections to the people, not just in America, but across the world. We start with America. We're going to get an honest election 2026, and then we go help the rest of the world. The people that stole the election 2020, in their affidavits, in their testimony before grand juries, they've testified before 3 so far. There's another one coming shortly. In their testimony, and they'll be doing testimony at Gitmo and other places eventually. In their testimony, they said that they overturned the elections in 71 countries plus the United States. All of those countries will need our help to overturn the fraud, the people that are in office fraudulently in those countries, and restore a citizen-controlled government in those places. Honest weights and measures within the electoral system. And then the second leg that Trump will stand on is honest money. He's going there. It's going to be gold and silver coin, which is what the Constitution allows for, and gold and silver certificates for coin on deposit in the Treasury, moving away from the Federal Reserve System, but doing it in such a way that it doesn't destroy the country or the world on the way. We're going to move away from these international Federal Reserve System, and back to Treasury control over the minting of our money, what constitutes money and how we trade it, and not fiat. Certificates of deposit, silver certificates, gold certificates like Kennedy had. Go research it. Honest elections, honest weights and measures in elections, honest money, honest weights and measures within the money, not these frauds. We as a church, disciples of Christ, that's how we get back to us being in charge and not these occultists, these people serving Satan himself with all these illegalities. And along the way, injustices in the legal system, like what's happening to Tina. Mm-hmm. Get honest elections, you'll get people representing you, and the things like what's happened to Tina will cease to occur. Get honest money, and the frauds within the way that the government operates and steals from the citizens and gives to these globalista families still goes away. And that's the beauty of what Trump's doing. And we pray for him as he goes, as he does what he's been commissioned, anointed, set to do. And he can't do every last thing. So others will have to rise up. We pray for those next leaders who are in training right now out across the country, being prepared for their moment of service just ahead as we transition at some point in the not too distant future from a Trump operation to others coming in to administer America as we go out to help the rest of the world. Does that click for you guys?
That's exciting stuff, is what it is. It's really exciting. Yeah. So let me just say a quick prayer for you, Juan, and thank you for you and Jennifer. Lord, did we just lift up Juan and Jennifer to you right now for their protection, their future team, and also not just protection, but also just blessings, Lord. Just amplify their voices like never before. Lord, we just lift up Tina Peters for a miracle to happen here, Lord, just like you did with Paul and Silas. Just open those doors somehow, some way. Allow the hearts to change of some of these criminals in Colorado, or Trump to make a decision, but free her quickly. And before Christmas, Lord, we ask, by the mighty name of Jesus, give her a Christmas present, give us a Christmas present to have her free and clear and out of there. And Lord, we just pray specifically for her health. Just touch her with your Jehovah Rapha touch, Lord. We thank you. We love you. And may people just that are listening to this broadcast, Lord, just take action on calling Colorado, calling the White House, just putting pressure on making this happen at this point in time before Christmas, Lord. We thank you and we love you. And we say these things in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
And we pray for all those people, those personnel within the Colorado prison system and the unions, and we ask that you would give them peace as they proceed correctly to get on the right side of history, that you would move on their hearts and minds, just like you moved on Pharaoh's heart, that the jailers would hear your voice, Father God, your angels, your direction, and sensitive at this other level in a spiritual sense of their role in justice or injustice. And it would help them to have clarity of mind in the next moves, in their understanding of what they should do individually, each and every one, to be on the right side of history. Give them clarity of mind. We know that your people, many of them, Christians, are in the system in a conundrum, and we ask you to give them clarity of mind and your peace as they choose the right path moving forward in this matter concerning Tina and the presidential pardon.
Thank you, Lord. Looks like we just lost audio on you. Looks like he got dropped completely. So thank you guys so much for joining us here. We're going to move to the Word and Worship channel to actually I'm going to move to this screen real quick just to show you guys. But again, just go to Rumble or Faith and Freedom TV. So if you're on Faith and Freedom TV, I'm going to come over out here for a second. Faith and Freedom TV. What you'll do is you'll just watch on the web app, and that's just faithandfreedom.tv, faithandfreedom.tv. And then see this live, we have 3 live streams here, but we also have, if you move over a little bit, there's the Word and Worship channel right there. Praise and Prayer and Word and Worship live. We're going to be going live there in about 10 minutes. In addition, you can go to Rumble and do the same thing. Just type in Word and Worship. Remember, it's Word with the N, Worship, and Faith and Freedom, Faith with the N, Freedom. I use the N as in Nancy for our handles, right? So if you're in Rumble, you type in Word with the letter N, and you're going to pop right up there. It's the first one that pops up. That is where we are going to be. We have a 7x24 Growing Your Faith channel there as well. And again, Word and Worship, Word with the N, Worship on both Faith and Freedom TV as well as Rumble. See you over there on one of those 2 platforms in just a few minutes. God bless you, and talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
With Tina, the more upset I become because there's a justification. And by the way, this justification is not just on the left. The justification is on the left and on people that say that they support us, like the Mike Johnsons, like the Jim Jordans, like I'm going to go down the line, Lindsey Graham. And then sometimes I see President Trump re-endorse those people, and it scares the hell out of me. Because then I'm like, I know he knows. And getting Tina out, that she's being abused.
Let me just add this, Joe. The work that you and I have done, even over the last month, when they didn't get Tina out, and we'd played nice all the way up to her birthday, and okay, we're working it. We understand there's this difficulty, there's that. Justice Department, and then they completely abandoned, it just was, there's no prayer. You couldn't wait another day. Her health is failing. We went to a different gear, okay? And as was appropriate, no more patty cakes. I'm done with that. It should never have been allowed to get to this point in the first place. It just had to go to another level. And so, I've done 45 shows in the last month. Just about Tina. I pushed everything else off to the side. I don't want to talk, there's financial, there's war, there's Venezuela, there's Japan, Mideast Asia, all sorts of things in other states. As far as I'm concerned, all of it, the pivot point for all of these things is Tina. And by the way, let me just add this one thing. And I know Tina knows this. And so she doesn't want the wrong thing just to get something. She's come this far. We got to complete the course we're on. In this 5G chess that we're in, just imagine a chessboard where there's 5 boards stacked above each other and below. And the top board and the bottom board are veiled. You can't see the players on them. Yet both chess masters can pop people in and out from their board that's veiled. So Trump has a veiled board. His opponent can't see it, and neither can the rest of us. Our opponents have a veiled board, and we can't see their players, but they can pop in out of nowhere, pop out to nowhere. disappear and seemingly be gone and pop back up. For the whole world, you're only seeing the three main boards. Well, that's complex enough, let alone they got boards where somebody can pop in and out and you didn't even know they existed. In chess is a game of attrition. So it has a limited number of moves. It's not like other stuff where it continues to expand and divide. As players come off the board, there's fewer potential moves. As players come off the board because you're taking out players. That's the whole point of chess. It's a game of attrition. And so you sacrifice players to gain position. But Tina's not a sacrifice. Let me tell you what's going on with Tina. In chess, as you move across the board, if you're a pawn, and remember, the whole game starts with pawns moving across the board. Most of the first initial moves are pawns moving out of the way for pieces behind them. And they get across the board and they get taken. They're sacrificed because it forces the other team to make a move to defend themselves or to move forward aggressively, and they take out pawns in the game. But one interesting thing about a pawn is if the pawn makes it all the way to the other side of the board,
it's kinged.
It becomes a queen. With all the power and latitude of movement of the queen, the most powerful piece on the table. You have two rooks, you have two knights, you have two bishops, you got one queen. And it's all there to protect the king. In this particular case, if Tina makes it all the way to the other side of the board, which she is going to, she will be the most powerful piece, as powerful as any other piece on the board and more, as the existing queen. She will have all of that power. And now your leverage on the game increases exponentially. Tina's going to be able to talk not only about election fraud and how to correct it moving forward. She's also going to be able to talk about what has to be done in the prosecution. She's not just going to testify at trials with judges. She's going to be testifying at Gitmo and similar facilities. There's 3 of them in tribunal settings against Americans involved in election crimes against America. Think about that. This is going to a whole nother level. And by the way, even going to your conversation with me here just a minute ago, those people that participated in frauding the election domestically are in fact conspiring with foreign actors. So at a technical level, they are a foreign agent. And it is foreign interference. Even if they're domestic and they're here in the country, they've already realigned themselves with foreign agents. And by the way, for people that say, well, I just moved a thumb drive and I knew there was stuff on there, but I did that because I was in on it. But I just moved a thumb drive. I didn't really change anything. I put the cardboard on the windows. Okay. Excuse me. If you're just a getaway driver in a bank robbery, hello, you can also be charged with everything that the guys in the bank did. If there's a murder, if there's a gunshot, you get charged with everything because you're an accessory to that crime.
Correct.
Okay. And they might mitigate some of the sentencing and like that, but they don't have to. And so you're involved in a crime to steal the election. There's a lot of people that thought their activity and actions were nobody's ever going to know. But when they do know, sorry, you were the getaway driver. I didn't know they were robbing the bank. Oh, you when they left with guns. Well, it's a dangerous neighborhood. And when they came back with the bags of money and you pushed on the gas to get out of there, did you ask any questions? What's the bags of money here? Yeah, come on, man. Give me a break. These people are gonna suffer greatly, and they're gonna be looking. How much are you gonna feel heartfelt? I'm so sad. Poor Jenna. Gosh, she's had a really bad hair day. I feel so bad about Jenna. Right. She feel bad about Tina. Do any of these feel bad about Tina? How's it going to be when Governor Polis's $30 million is now Tina's $30 million? You think that's not going to happen? Tina has a suit against him because here's the thing. This is what I wanted to say to your audience today. There's 1,000 places that we could go to.
Yeah.
We've had papers, stuff that has been, out there presented to the warden and to the Department of Corrections director and like that, putting them on notice that their acts concerning Tina are essentially a violation of law and her civil rights. And
so I have that letter.
Yeah, well, that's the proposed one that is for publication. Let's get there in just a moment. But there's a letter now from John, her local Colorado attorney, that went to, he's written 2 letters now to Department of Corrections and to the warden, CCing Governor Polis, saying that they're violating Tina's civil rights. By implication, Tina can sue everybody involved, every single last one of them, including the prison guards. See, if the prison guards do something unlawful, unconstitutional, they violate somebody's civil rights, they personally can be sued. And the department, the union might back them up or whatever, but then again, they might not. And if their violation is egregious enough, the government can't represent them. They violate. They were outside their contract, their employment agreement. So the danger for all of the guards and people involved in the prison system in Colorado is, especially with publication, they're on notice that they personally are going to get the opportunity to be sued by Tina. It's a notice by publication of a potential violation. Okay, it's called an NOPV, notice of potential violation. So they'll be on notice that they personally can be sued. Their personal property, their personal future pay can be levied when Tina wins. And the government can't protect them. And if the government does want to protect them or says they will, okay, better get a letter. Remember that scene from Clear and Present Danger where Harrison Ford's confronting the guy in the White House about his actions, kind of an Ollie North type of a thing. And the guy says, I have a letter. The president signed this letter. So I was doing it under his direction, his authority. Do you have a letter for the things you did down in Colombia? And if you don't have a letter, then you might be going to jail. Okay. Do these Department of Corrections people have a letter? I would say they need it from their union and they need it from the governor. But I wouldn't, every person there, if I was a prison guard, if I was an administrator, anywhere, including the director of the prisons, I would get an independent, not a government attorney. I'd hire my own attorney for an hour. Here's my situation. Should I get a letter and ask for the union to guarantee that they're going to cover your expenses for legal counsel, not the guy that just got out of law school last week and it's his first case, not the government attorney who, may or may not know where his ass is, but real counsel that costs real money to defend you for your actions while you had Tina in your custody and she was incarcerated and you had her protection, control, couldn't let her out when the president issued a pardon. Because see, that clock already started ticking. The second that the pardon was signed by Trump, anybody that obstructed the pardon being enforced is now actively holding Tina in violation of her civil rights and a federal pardon, the presidential pardon. Just because Polis says he has the authority to tell his prison guards to do this, and just because the warden says they have that authority, by the way, no court case has ever examined this issue. It's never happened. And the presumption is that the president's stuff is right. And that's where the law starts. So you're going to have to prove that the president was wrong. This is an inversion of that thing with the 6 Democrats that came out, the Gang of Six, saying that you don't have to obey an illegal order. Okay, let's go the opposite way. All of those prison guards don't have to obey an illegal order. Is the order by Governor Polis, is the order by the warden legal that you continue to detain Tina Peters? You've picked a side. You better get a letter saying that if it turns out you were wrong and that they told you something that wasn't true, that they're going to cover your legal expenses and any damages. Because your house, your car, your classic might be on the line. Tina knows I love classic cars, so she might get some classic cars from you guys, trucks and 4-wheel drives, and I'll buy them at auction.
I love classic cars.
Yeah. So, but again, the people need to think in these kinds of terms. If you're in the prison system, you're in a very precarious situation, and you're going to be notified. Publicly notified. That's a skeletal copy that's going to be refined all day today and tomorrow. We're going to publish that.
Can we put up the letter? So
Yeah.
let's, if we can, put up the letter from John Case to the warden.
Well, proposed. Put up John Case letter first. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the proposed letter from. Well, this is the one that you put out there. So I took it directly off.
Well, it's not from John. This is a proposed letter for the Ticton team and John Case. This is what my team put together, and I'm offering it to the audience, just like we put out the executive order, proposed version of the executive order.
So
now,
this,
there may be
so this
people
is
in
not,
your
this
audience.
Is the one, this is the one that you put out on your X.
Well, we haven't put it out yet. You're the first person to see it outside of my legal advisors. Okay. So we put this.
Can't be the right one then, because this one is I took right off of your deal.
Oh no, that's John Case's one. I think right there.
Let's read John Case's first, and then we'll read the other one.
Okay,
and then we'll read the other one that you actually sent to us. Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me read this. Dear Warden Stansel, on December 5th, 2025, President Donald J. Trump issued a full and unconditional pardon to my client Tina M. Peters at approximately 5:55 p.m. on December 12th, 2025. I personally served a copy of the presidential pardon on armed DOC staff at the La Vista Correctional Facility and requested they release Ms. Peters. Instead of releasing Ms. Peters, as required by federal law, DOC personnel stated that they would not comply with President Trump's pardon. Their refusal is categorically unlawful. A presidential pardon is self-executing and immediately terminates all legal authority for continued custody. Your refusal to release Mrs. Peters is not a clerical delay. It is a willful deprivation of liberty under the color of law in direct violation of 18 U.S.C. 242. If more than one DOC employee acts in concert to block her release, it further constitutes a conspiracy to deprive rights under 18 U.S.C. 241. I expect Ms. Peters to be released immediately. If she is not, her attorneys will pursue all available civil and criminal remedies against every state officer and official who knowingly participated in obstructing the enforcement of a presidential pardon. Please provide written confirmation without delay, identifying the precise time Ms. Peters will be released in order to create a plan to safely receive her.
And by the way, John's doing tremendous work. You know, he got kind of sent on a mission the other day to the prison doors because things have to be formalized. There has to be a formal, direct request in order to further tighten the noose, if you will, that it's not just something from the governor's office or the attorney general's office. Those people at the gate put themselves on the line, in the fight, on a side, and I'm just following orders. I was told, okay, were the orders lawful? Okay, how did you check that? That's where, by the way, when you're talking to your attorneys, guys, for the prison employees, when you're talking to the attorneys, mention the Merrill versus crop insurance case. Merrill, MERRIEL, I think. But Merrill versus crop insurance, the Supreme Court decided that, I take it back, it may have been the 10th Circuit right there in your area. But anyway, the court decided that no person engaging in any kind of business or contract with a federal government employee or agent, in other words, contractor, should take what they say at face value. That it's up to the person taking action, the person who has something in peril. In other words, the prison guards and administrative people. It's up to them to determine if what the government employee, agent, officer, etc., if what they have said is the law that they can do or should do, or any promises they make. It's up to the person who is engaging with them in any form of business or contract to determine if they have the authority to do what they say they're going to do. So the way you determine that is, I want a letter. I want a letter from the warden at the prison.
Correct.
Indemnifying me that they're going to protect me because they're totally lawful, and why it's lawful. Not just that they will do it, but on what legal basis are they citing as their authority to do anything which they purport to do. And then second of all, I would also ask that from the Department of Corrections lead, Stencil, who's named here, and then beyond that, I would also ask for the same thing from the governor. I wouldn't trust that any one of them has the authority to do what they've said to do. And if they don't, and you accept it, then you accept the consequences. That's the whole point of crop insurance, Merrill versus crop insurance, is that anybody entering into the contract, the consequences, they're taking it on with full knowledge that they've made a decision that they're going to trust that the government employee, agent, officer, etc., has the authority to say that, to do what they purport, you should do. And if they don't, it's on you. Too bad. So you better get a letter. You better and I'd get it in writing. I wouldn't take it. See, right now, all those people have is somebody's word. They've all been just told, yeah, no, we're fine. Or they got a letter. Okay, so the letter just says he has the authority. Doesn't mean that they're going to indemnify you. Your name on the letter. I want a letter to me personally with my name on it that you're going to protect me, provide legal counsel, and pay any damages that may arise from being in anywhere touching Tina Peters. And then the other thing is that the next step for the legal team is not just John Case, but Peter Tickton as the lead counsel. They will at some point want the logs of everybody working in the prison and what they were doing and where they were at concerning Tina, including the teacher that made all the bullshit statements about her that led to a lot of the recent trauma. But we'll get logs, and then every one of them should understand that they're personally, potentially in violation and liable personally, not just the state. And then every taxpayer in Colorado needs to think about this. If the governor says he's going to indemnify all of the employees against any kind of a legal claim from Tina for anything they've done, that's going to be on the Colorado taxpayers. They're going to have to pay that. Tina's not just going to buy a G6. She's going to buy a whole airline with her winnings. Okay? Because she's going to win. The trial should never have taken place. That's why the judge 41 times blocked actions to show that she was doing what she was doing under federal authority, never let it be part of the trial, never let the jury hear it. Got a conviction through his obstruction of justice.
what's the outcome for people like Matthew Barrett? What's the Judge Matthew Barrett? What's the outcome for people like Dan Rubenstein, who lied and obstructed and covered up the crimes? What's the outcome for the investigator that personally called up Matt, who's the head of the County Clerks and Recorders Association, and they worked together, they conspired together to hide the improprieties? What's the penalty for them?
Well, I think, I don't want to get ahead of what may happen in court, but, those people operated under color of authority, and everybody involved thought they were on the right side of stuff. And yet, then again, did they? No, they were colluding. See, here's part of it that's not even in the public side completely yet. Remember, you had Tor Mars, and she was recording a lot of these conversations taking place behind the scenes between various of the players, the judge, the Secretary of State, other things, their text communications and all that. I believe that's all going to come out. And when it does, if they were colluding in the way that it appears, I think eventually that's going to be determined to have been criminal collusion in order to deprive. They may not be getting out of this with just a fine or a loss of position. They may very well be in the very position that Tina's in because of what they did. So we'll have to see. I mean, I don't want to, state something as a fact before we get there, but I can guarantee you, they got a rough day ahead of them somewhere in here. It's going to be pretty epic. And these will take a decade to play through. Okay. So I don't care. As long as it's free, I don't care if it takes a decade. Let them lose hair over this. Let them, hand wring over this. The way they did to Tina times 10. I think it's appropriate. There's some kind of karma thing that's about to happen. And for all of this audience, it may be slow in coming to this reversal as the pendulum swings back, but the reality is, it is swinging back already. Even with what President Trump's going to do with his White House Oval Office talk to the country tomorrow, and every day afterwards, you're going to be seeing things that it's going to be like, oh, finally. Well, even there, it wasn't wrong that the president has taken as long as he has, because the issues are so great. There's so much at stake that you don't have the luxury of getting one detail wrong. The whole world is on the line here, and we're adults. Even Tina's situation over the last many weeks, the calls to the White House were trending all Tina, with all the things in the world for the last month since we pressed hard on this. Your audiences and dozens of others have been calling the White House, as well as Polis and everybody else. But it was the White House, it was President Trump, even the calls to the Justice Department. The White House, President Trump did what he did unilaterally. He said, okay, carry out of the way. I'm issuing a presidential pardon. I could care less what those, advisors. President Trump, he's got Job's advisors. Remember in the Bible, Job, his friends.
Oh, yes. I'm very familiar with this story.
And they're so, here's what you do. And then his own wife, okay? It's that bad, okay? Oh, my gosh. Talk about advisors, right? So President Trump has horrible advisors. I've said this, horrible. Trump has actually turned to his attorneys in the Oval Office and said to other people, you're the worst attorneys. Do you see what I got for attorneys? This is the advice they give me. He's literally criticized in front of other people because they give him such lousy advice. So Trump says, okay, I've done listening to you guys. Presidential pardon, write it up. Here's what I wanted to say. Get it done. I want it in a few hours. And he got it done. He didn't even listen to anybody else. So we're here because Trump, done. But it's also because He's on a timeline, and he knows that Tina couldn't quite make it to the finish line without a little bit of support. And so he's not deviating from the main timeline, which is on a schedule regarding the national emergency regarding elections and the date he wants to put that executive order out. That's kind of written in stone. And so he's adjusting stuff with sending in, doing the federal inquiry about the conditions in the prison, calling attention to Tina, multiple times talking about Tina now over the last couple of weeks. And but even as important as getting Tina out is, he couldn't blow the larger game or get out of step on the timing, and that's tough to say or hear, but it's just the way it is.
So I know I can see the comments from everybody else, and the thing that they're saying right now is that all of that is great. All that's terrific. You got thousands of people that are involved in this fraud. Thousands.
You know what? Let me just add one little thing. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? They spent during Trump's first term tens and tens of millions of dollars building special port facilities at Gitmo, where they can take every single FEMA ship. Remember, within this crowd, a lot of you remember these FEMA ships. We're all going to be put in prison in FEMA ships. They're going to come for all of us, patriots and blah, blah, blah. In fact, by the way, yesterday and the day before, I was with Roseanne Barr, and she's doing a 6-part special. She just started filming yesterday, and it's all about the patriots and having to build underground tunnels, and they're all coming for us. It's a great comedy. Randy Quaid is her boyfriend.
Randy Quaid.
Dennis Quaid, who played Reagan. Randy Quaid is Roseanne's boyfriend in this 6-part series TV show, and she just started filming on that, and it's going to be epic, hysterical. She's such a great friend, but because we're going to make fun of these guys with a lot of what we had to go through, but part of this whole thing is that all the FEMA ships that were built supposedly to help in emergencies, there was the contention and the guillotines and everything else. Are we going to be put on those ships? You know what? In Trump's first term, he had the port facilities around Gitmo built up with concrete piering, sunk deep in water, so that they can't just survive with the FEMA ships parked at them, a Cat 5. They can survive a Cat 6. They literally sink the boats in place. And they can hold about 25,000 prisoners in there. And each of the ones is kind of specially built for the specific FEMA ships. So if you say thousands, we got a lot of room. We can house 25,000 beyond the main base, and we can still build out a lot of room at the base. So there'll be plenty of room for all of those people that wanted to participate. And there'll be different levels of problems for people that have participated. On the whole, it's going to be tough. There's a lot of people that they don't think we have the documentation of what they did, when they did it, where they were at, whatever. Truckloads.
President Trump said there were truckloads. And my fear is that, and it's not a fear, it's a recognition of things that we've had to deal with before, is that we keep constantly talking about what we have.
But there was a time, I know that. Look, Joe,
I know what I have. I know that what I have is enough.
Yeah, those complaints are not invalid, and I don't want to diminish in any way, shape, or form the audience here who is screaming for justice. The justice is slow in getting here at times. That's painfully true. But even if Tina could take it as long as she had to finally be at this point and do the turn.
Yes.
That's why I even mentioned the chess thing. All of your audience who've endured, who've persevered, who've stuck with this in their own lane, Tina's emblematic of a broad broader movement. That's why I've said, President Trump, you have to save Tina because she's emblematic of the rest of the constituency here. Everybody else, to some degree or another, feels similarly um, uh, an offense against justice for themselves personally, and they haven't been vindicated. They told the truth. The elections are frauded. They knew it. They worked to get honest elections. They did all sorts of things, and nothing, or inadequate, or the courts, whatever, didn't go through with the cases. But don't let the last period of time taint you against what's about to happen. When President Trump issues the national emergency regarding elections, and then issues the executive order, and then begins, even within the national emergency, one of the key components in doing it as a national emergency is that because the courts are also compromised, appointees in the courts, judges, etc., were put there by people who themselves were not in office legitimately. Okay, so there is a different levels of this offense. As President Trump comes in under a national emergency regarding elections, now he can go out, including with arrests related to this national emergency, suspensions of authority. One of the things that was said just a few months ago, we had a situation where Justice Department was critically in this particular situation. And the word came back from the White House. Don't expect justice from the Justice Department, and don't expect the assistance to come from the Justice Department. And in fact, it didn't. It was another agency that I don't want to say here. And everything pivoted to a whole different way of pursuing justice in this matter. And the people involved, aces, I would not have anticipated it until it happened. It's like, oh my gosh. So it's the same thing here with getting to justice in the elections. Maybe we're not supposed to be looking for justice at the Justice Department and the judges. We are going to see it at Gitmo. And it's not just for Russia stuff. It's the 2020. And as Trump has said, I got a song. 2020, it's not over yet.
Yeah, no, it is not over. But I need to tell you this too. About 45 minutes ago, I got a text message, and it says, "Joe, you were waiting for arrest. Guess what? Look at what's going to happen tomorrow." That was 45 minutes ago. That was 10 minutes before President Trump.
Oh my gosh. Somebody's going to have a really bad hair day. Oh.
Yeah, so there's arrests. I think tomorrow is going to be on the heels of something about to happen at the same time that's happening. I do know that is happening.
Context. Tomorrow is when he's going to do his national address.
Yeah, but you think the national address will address the fact that people are getting arrested?
Well, don't expect the big arrest tomorrow. Again, there's a process here, and it literally happens in waves. So, we want the diners to have a chance to assemble. So we'll knock this down, then we'll knock down. They make a move, we make a move. It's a chess game, but we're in the winning position. They're going to be losing critical players all the way to the end here, from this point forward, is my opinion. I know.
So we still have a problem. We have a problem. Her name is Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche. I mean, those are two very serious problems that we have because they run the DOJ.
Again, I just told you, though, don't expect the resolution to come from the Justice Department. We were told that quite some time back.
Okay, let's say it comes from the military.
Well, it may or may not involve the military first round. But what it does do, there's something else going on that you're not aware of, and I can't say. But it is a process.
I wonder if I know about it. I want, that wink twice if same thing.
Well, I mean, I when I went out and did, I had to meet with some of the people out in DC, I don't know, probably 2 months ago, I guess, on something, and I was pretty surprised we were getting their traction in that location, but it was excellent, and it allows for certain operations into Justice Department function, which the rest of the principals over Justice Department have no control over. So just watch. I'm personally pretty comfortable that we're in the right place, including with Tina's situation, because as hard as it's been to get to this exact moment with Tina, instead of still remaining as a pawn in the game, she is going to complete crossing the chessboard. All of this drama over the last, even months, where we've just taken it to a whole nother level, Joe, has forced the situation. National media that didn't want to pay attention to Tina is going to have to pay attention to Tina. They're going to have to acknowledge her, and she will have a role in what's coming. We're going to get her back to full health. She's still got piss and vinegar. She was really fading.
I talked to her last night.
Okay, well, they threw her back into solitary, and that really pissed her off. Well,
kind of. Now she's actually the Al Capone of the Department of Corrections. She's got her own pod.
But she got her own microwave now.
Yeah, she's got it all.
I'm waiting for her to get her own cook.
She walks down the hallway. She's got like Guidos on either side, one in the front, one in the back. That they're all carrying like battle rattle. I mean, she right now she runs the place.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is, of course, all those inmates that were being mean to her, that taken aside, now it's like, yeah, that one there, she was really mean to me. Yeah, give her a mean, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it appears to me that things are moving in a direction that is good.
Well, let me just say this one thing. I apologize, Joe. Let me just say this one thing. Yeah. Go back a few days when she was thrown back into solitary the other day. Right up to that moment where she was put back into solitary, she was fading a lot. Nothing's happening. It's not. They're just going to leave me here. Nobody's coming for me. Chains, if you will. When she got that extra layer of piss, and combined with knowing in the next hours just how much we were doing outside and pressing hard, and it wasn't just one person. When she comes out alive and then goes and gets healed and comes back, there is not one person that can claim that they got Tina out. Okay, we have a whole bunch of hosts, and everybody like to be able to, strut around. I got Tina free. Even the president doesn't get to it. This has been a community effort. This is all of us that came together. There's no one single group or person that gets to claim credit for freeing Tina. She's going to get free, and she's going to be in a very powerful position because of this community. And it's helped us also to rally together. We're going to get through this issue, and then there's others to come beyond it. But this is such a core issue. At the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, they had to grab groups from all over the front and move them, put them under Patton's authority, 3rd and 4th Army, and race up to where the Germans were moving with this new front. If the Germans had succeeded in reaching the ports in Belgium and cutting off the supplies and dividing the British and American troops, they could have extended the war bare ass minimum 3 months, and more likely 6 months. And by the time they extended it that 6 months, all of the wonder weapons would be online, and their ability to wage war would have gone up orders and orders of magnitude. So with everything, nuclear, intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine warfare tactics, machines, etc., they were that close to winning the war. And nobody realized it because all they had to do was get to the port in Belgium or even close to it and choke off supplies and divide the American and British troops. And they'd have bought the time needed to win the overall war, because then the other weapons come in. Look at the situation here right now with the vote fraud stuff. They're hoping to delay, and it's why they have to hold Tina to destroy her spirit. They're hoping to just buy enough time that Trump's a lame duck. Nothing's been done. It's all over with. 2026 is held the same way all the elections have been being held, and it's a done deal. They win by default because we took too long to get there. That's why I tell this audience, take a deep breath. Don't give the devil his due at all. Don't give these pundits their moment by speaking that we're not going to get there in time for 2026. Watch what happens in the next days and weeks. Trump is going to issue an executive order concerning how the elections are run. Before he does that, he must have the context of a national emergency. Gives him the legal basis to go in and say all the existing voter rolls with all these false people on the voter rolls, etc., out. You have to come in, sign up to vote. You're going to do it on a voter registration card. Every clerk at every county in America is also a notary. So they can notarize that. You're going to sign under penalty of perjury that you live where you say you live, that it's inside such and so district, and that you're an American citizen with the right to vote under penalty of perjury, and it's going to be notarized. You're going to have to do it with government-issued ID. Clean voter rolls. And a lot of people are going to scream bloody murder. The Democrats are going to absolutely go insane. They're going to scream down. Why? Because they can't win an honest election. All those groups, the Soros groups, and else, and not one machine anywhere in sight. Not one. And when the vote is counted, it's going to be counted by hand by American citizens. Hand count, paper ballot, counted where cast. No transporting them in the trunk of a police car. Oh, it's safe. No magic acts. Grandma with her knitting basket showing up in Nevada at the Central Vote Counting Center and then put paper over the windows, having to watch from a distance. They're going to be counted in the precincts where they were cast by American citizens, and they're going to report it right there. Tabulation, reporting right there from that precinct, all around the counties, all around the country. They're not going to be able to steal this vote. And that's what Trump's going to order has to happen with this executive order. So national security directive, and then specifically the executive order, how are the elections going to be conducted? And the first checkpoint is clean voter rolls, starting from scratch. No more false citizens, no more voting 3 times. Voter registration card that you have to sign, it's notarized. And if any piece of information isn't true and accurate on there, you're going to jail. Harsh penalties. We're going to get an honest election. No mail-in ballots. Hawaii, no mail-in ballots. 19,000 ballots by mail, but there's no envelope. Never went through the postal system. We have imaging of all the photos or all the mail that goes through the postal system. Go show us where it went through the mail on that date or any other date. Didn't happen. So how do you get mail-in ballots showing up in the Hawaii count that didn't go through the postal system? It's an impossibility. Now, 19,000 of them just in Hawaii County, let alone all of California. Trump talked about it yesterday, 39 million votes. Do you know that Newsom lost the recall campaign and they frauded it in LA County? Wait till that comes out. And we got it.
Well, I mean, we know that Smartmatic is in LA County, and we know that the election systems in California are largely fraudulent. We could tell that by even the recall election. And that's what I mean when I say that we have fraudulent elections across the entire country and it spans decades.
Yeah.
You know, Juan, do you think
so? We're about to put that to an end decisively. The only way it can happen, you can't put an end to it in the courts. We know that. That's why what I'm telling your audience, Joe, and I'm reinforcing with you, I'm even slowing everybody down. The key, and if you don't get it, then you better everybody scream bloody murder to outer space, but you're going to get it. The national security declaration by President Trump regarding elections is the key to everything. Even the executive order concerning how the elections are run. President Trump had an executive order. It was Executive Order 107, signed on March 25th at 1:07 in the afternoon of 2025. And that 107th executive order directed all the clerks around the country and all the governors, everybody, to clean the voter rolls before the 2026 election, gave them 180 days to do so. You know what happened? Absolutely zero. Nobody cleaned anything, okay?
Right.
Nothing got cleaned. That's why your people are so pissed off, okay? And it was not done in the context of a national emergency, a declared national emergency concerning elections. What gives Trump the authority in a national emergency to bring in the military as needed? All those clerks that stubbed their nose at him, gave him the finger, we're not going to do anything concerning voter rolls, all those politicians that said, we're not going to do that. All those governors said, we're not going to do that. All those AGs said, we're not going to do that. Bullshit. All those secretaries of state said, yeah, right, Trump. Okay. When he declares a national emergency, he becomes, they don't like King. Well, they're about to see what King is. Okay. Because he can bring in the military. If they don't want to agree with it, they can take over any office related to elections that they need to. Take it over. Put anybody else in there they want. You oppose that, you're part of an insurrectionist act. Okay? See how that fares for you. You want to go to Gitmo by blocking any of that stuff? Because it'll be under a federal emergency. You won't get just charged and go into a federal court. In a state of emergency, you're going to go to a military court. See how that works for you. Watch. You don't believe me? You don't have to. Just watch. Just watch. See if I'm right or not. You can come back. You can come back in 6 months and tell me I was full of shit. Okay, I'm all ready for it. See if I'm right or not. I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong in any of the stuff I've said so far. So watch.
Okay, so this is where I start getting into I'm a detail person, right? So I don't think you can solve a problem until you get.
No, it's good. I'm glad. That's why I'm talking to you, not somebody else, because you're knowledgeable enough that we can have an actual for real conversation. So that's why I enjoy being with you, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my issue is that I look at structures. I go, okay, let's hypothetically say it's the government. It's not the DOJ. He files an emergency order. We got President Trump filed for a pardon. You can see the frustration boiling.
He didn't file. He issued a pardon.
He issued a pardon. He issued a pardon. You can see the frustration from President Trump boiling over. You could see it with certain people in his administration.
Yeah. And by the way, when Trump's pissed, you should be a little bit nervous. So far, they haven't actually been bitten. So he's about to start biting. But go ahead.
So he's got a three-headed snake, right? He's got the snake that he has to deal with on the media side. He's got the snake of an election coming up, and he's going to set up these different standards. And the way Tulsi talks about it, I agree with you. There could be some room for error, but there's the problem that I have is that you must have cooperation in certain areas in order to execute on things that you want to do. So even if you put an emergency order out, because he's put out emergency orders.
That's why he called all the generals in. Don't kid yourself. He was making sure everybody knew any of this riffraff bullshit, we're not going to obey an order. He let them know, I am 45, 46, and 47. Who has the biggest gun in the room? Biden never had it. Now you're under military jurisdiction in this continuity and government operation. This challenge between NORAD and SES, which I mentioned before. This is a fight between SES, which came into existence in 78, and NORAD, which came into existence, and with their rules in, the portions of exist before, but basically the 54 code. So concerning nuclear weapons and beyond, who's going to have the premier authority? They never handed over nuclear to SES. SES claims authority over nuclear. They never got it. And Trump never gave it up. They were almost there. And by the way, who's doing all these false flags? That's all SES stuff, okay? When you had 9/11, Trump said when he stood there at the buildings, before I'm done, you're going to know exactly who brought these buildings down. Okay? Including Building 7, which no airplane hit. Gosh.
Yeah,
And by the way, how long does it take to do a demolition of a 50-story building? How long does it take to do the setup? It's not like a day or a week. Months and months, design, planning, access, everything. That didn't just happen. That was in the makings for a year. Years ultimately with the planning and all that. So again, who had that plan? Who was involved? That's SES, because they believe that they have the right to help orchestrate emergencies in order to move us where we have to go, which is into global compliance. Who are they working with? Who's SES working with? Serco out of England. Soros. Where's Soros come from? He's a total creation figurehead for MI6 and MI5, British intelligence, national and international. He's a creation of them. Why? Because he got black bag money that they didn't have to go to House of Commons to get the money out of somewhere. They got it by frauding the market, just like our CIA got the drug money. So this fight is so much bigger than most people even have a starting place to understand. Trump and the people behind him. Trump said he was invited to run, and he accepted the invite. Who invited him to run?
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know.
Trump has said he was invited to run by 200 generals. That's a matter of record. Trump was invited to run by 200 generals. That goes back, by the way, that whole operation goes all the way back to MacArthur and Eisenhower, when they realized that the Rockefeller and families and other families from around the world were conspiring with the way that the wars were being run with Korea to create a certain situation within this world body to steal authority in the various nations. And they further sealed the deal when President Kennedy was assassinated. And that's when the war was absolutely on. In fact, there was going to be what would have amounted to a coup attempt against Clinton, and the 34 officers on a plane headed for a facility in Georgia. The plane crashed inexplicably, and that was thwarted during the Clinton administration on certain authorities that he was doing unlawfully. It's taken from then till now, almost 30 years now, to reorient, re-express, and that is this operation where the generals invited Trump to run, but it's not a coup. They had to have the legal authority of the commander-in-chief to do all the other stuff that they had to do. And because this fight didn't just start yesterday, so many of the things are in play, including SES, all the stuff from Carter on. Look, they're running false flags. Las Vegas, Sandy Hook, excuse me, that's not resolved. Let's see how that works out. I'm entitled to an opinion. So, I think it's not a finished matter, Alex Jones or not, with their little thing. And by the way, look at this little game that was played with Fox News settling with Dominion for $500 million.
I mean, look,
Okay.
I'm currently interviewing attorneys for a defamation case that I'm going to be pushing against everybody. So
I could give you some additional to interview. I got a couple there in Colorado.
Yeah, they want
might
them.
be good options.
Yeah. So and I have two that have said, Joe, I don't need your money. I'm gonna do this case for you because they're all gonna have to pay. So
yeah.
I feel a certain part of me feels some vindication for some of the stuff that's come forward, but I also have this trepidation about all the information that didn't come forward.
But again, context. We did not have control of the situation adequately, and as the White House said, justice in this case isn't coming from the Justice Department.
Right.
It's a captured operation. You're not going to get to justice at the Justice Department. It has to come from another place, and it is. But beyond even that, and by the way, Justice Department is a totally captured operation from SES. I can name the players, okay, involved that are taking instruction. Remember, every time Cheney had a fake heart attack, what did he say? I'm running the shadow government, and he was. He wasn't kidding. He was telling you the truth, okay? They were doing these operations in the background that you didn't realize were going on. Trump's coming against all that. He's pulled all their money away. By the way, do you know that the prison guards in Colorado and the federal employees union is fussing and very upset and has a lawsuit, I believe, against Trump right now because Trump stopped the money over at whatchamacallit, the USAID money. Now, why is USAID money, which is supposed to be for foreign aid,
CIA?
It's all CIA money. Why is it being used to help supplement the salaries of prison guards and to keep enough of them on the payroll? On what basis do you have all these people on the payroll and they're getting money out of USAID? What's going on there? And so they're going to sue because Trump stopped money going to USAID with the Doge thing going into the prison system for more guards. Something's wrong there. But Trump cut off the money supply for a lot of the mischief. And they're still pissed off about it. Trump had to start starving them out. You say that you want to go to war. Okay, sometimes the best way to go to war is first shock and awe, get them to expend a lot of their arms and munitions, let them starve them out for a little while, cut off the supply chains, and then you come in there and do something. Trump's been playing a bit of rope-a-dope here, okay? When he comes out of his corner, and tomorrow night's probably the first of several, don't expect everything tomorrow night on the table. It's a first shot across the bow that will become more intense and then more intense again. And by the way, this is an announcement of EBS. It's not, we're not even there yet. That's all in the near future. But first, it comes in stages. Why? Because we're not ready for it yet. I don't want to go to war until these guys are knocked down a few paces. So the timing is everything. And also, we want to be able to pick the point of engagement, not just the time of engagement, but the locations that we engage on. Do I want to engage them in the federal courts, which are a problem, or do I want to engage them at Gitmo? Okay, where the 200 generals have pretty good control. Let me just help you. One little thing. I apologize for being a little bit strong on this, but let me hold the conversation for just 1 second. During the Biden administration, with Nancy prancing around, a couple days after Biden was inaugurated, Nancy proposed that because the president could become feeble and not know where he's at, whatever, exactly what happened, that the nuclear command and control, the suitcase, the briefcase, should be moved to the House, and her as the speaker have that authority. Why was she doing that? Because Biden didn't get it. And she wanted to have the House force that nuclear command would go over to the Speaker of the House. Why? Because Biden didn't get it. They were trying to force a situation. They know what happened there. And by the way, what did Trump do? He's supposed to have the card on him or within arm's reach, and he cannot give it to another soul on planet Earth. He said last summer, they think I was going to give the launch codes to a teenager? Are they crazy? Because they're searching Barron's sock drawer and video files, right? Looking for like Trump would have given it to him. He didn't give it to him. What Trump did when he walked through Cheyenne Mountain is he left the card the only place on planet Earth that it could sit other than on his person or within arm's reach. And that's at the command headquarters at Cheyenne Mountain with the generals running it. And how did he still keep command and control then? Because he memorized the card. Remember early on, after he was out of the office, Biden's president, just a few months after he's out of office, they report that he had his medical exam. And in that medical exam said he had perfect memory. That was said for the guys in the mountain. And in the context of another investigation was going on, I won't get bogged down at 45 days after the election. 5-day, all 5 services took testimony on whether or not Biden had won the election and what if certain protocols have been met, and they said no, which kept Trump with that authority. But Trump memorized it. And when you heard from the doctors, yeah, he's got perfect memory, yeah, because he knows the entire nuclear response code. He had it in his mind. They can go strip search him in New York as many times as they want. They can go tear Mar-a-Lago apart. The card was not in an illegal place. They're not going to be able to charge him with violations for keeping the card with the nuclear codes. It's all in his mind. He memorized it, and they couldn't change. Here's the other thing that people don't understand. When Trump declared a national emergency on the 13th and then went and sealed up Cheyenne Mountain on March 15th, at that moment, no one could change the code, not even SDS could change the original codes on the launch codes. They were locked in place, and nothing Biden or SES could do or Serco could do changed any of that. It's still the same today. So this game is so much bigger than most people realize. Let Trump say what he's going to say tomorrow. Understand it's a first step, but he's making it important by doing it as a national address. He's raising the bar, and then there's probably other stuff which he'll allude to in that coming, which will be the follow-on steps to that, which, by the way, then allow that the arrests that happen related to election fraud don't have to go to the Justice Department. Think about that.
It's a lot. It's a lot to go through. Well, Juan, I gotta jump because I gotta actually go to. I have family in town, which is really.
Oh
good.
my gosh, you have a family. There's people that even want to own you at this point.
Yeah, barely, barely want to own me
completely.
Yeah. But we have a lot going on with Tina Peters, and there's much more to be had. But at the end of the day, we can anticipate that Tina will get out of jail before Christmas, correct?
I would say that that's absolutely true. President Trump is not dithering. He's on a mission. He's made it excruciatingly clear. The only thing I would add, though, is if I was anywhere in the Colorado prison system, I'd be trying to get some kind of indemnification with your personal name on it, not just members of such and so union. Your name, that you are protected from any of the coming lawsuits, civil and criminal, that may be coming for your actions. See if you can get it. I don't think you're going to get Polis and everybody else to jump in. They might give you some, something that looks like it. You better have legal counsel that's your own legal counsel to advise you and hold the course. And then if you decide that you're not getting it, or in the interim until you do get it, I'd refuse personally to work. And what's the retribution? What's the retaliation? They're gonna retaliate against you for refusing a unlawful order. Whose order is lawful? President Trump with his pardon, or Governor Polis? And you have the responsibility to determine if any agent, officer, employee of any government entity has the authority to promise you anything or guarantee anything or do whatever. You better double check. I'd get legal counsel.
Yeah.
Because you probably don't know yourself, so they know exactly the right questions to ask and how to lock it in. Because you're in very precarious neighborhood. Look at Tina. Just last thought, Joe. She was just a county clerk. And here she finds herself in a vice between all these players, all of the British money coming in to force our elections to go a certain way. Yeah, it's British money. Soros and others with their globalist tactics to take control of America. You have one clerk, Tina, just trying to do her job. And her whole life turned on its, end, completely disrupted her in prison. 70 years old, Gold Star mom, never even had a traffic ticket. Gosh, I budget for them. I mean, give me a break. Okay. And so any of these prison officials, any of these guards, you're just a pawn in somebody's bigger game. You better get legal counsel. You better get it right now. And before it's too late, try to lock them in. Get them to promise to cover any expenses you might have defending yourself or attachments to your personal property because of stuff you did, because they said, no, go ahead and rob the bank. No, seriously, just drive the car. You don't have to be in the bank. Just drive the car. Come on. It's okay. Nobody's gonna know about it. Okay. Not even your mother's gonna know you were involved in this. Yeah. Right. Think about it.
Look, I agree with you in a lot of different ways. I want things to move quicker. I want things to move more swiftly. I want to be able to work the problem, and I want to be able to activate and bring other people into the problem as well, because the more people we have that are rowing in the same direction, the more probable it is that we'll get to an outcome that cannot be stopped by this deep state. So
hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Have Sheila Holm back with us again. We're going to do a deep dive on Tina Peters, talk about sedition, talk about treason, talk about all the people that have, probably already been, arrested, but we're just not seeing it. The lies and disinformation that's out there. So much that we can cover today, and we're going to. Sheila, thanks for joining us once again.
It is so awesome to be with you. There is so much happening. I mean, it's like the floodgates opened when they realized President Trump said, my fellow Americans, we're going to have a conversation tomorrow night. I'm going to address the nation. He doesn't have to do it through EBS because he's doing it straight from the White House now.
Wow. How about that? So
yeah.
Everybody's been waiting for EBS, and we're just going to have it direct from the White House.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
And I don't know if you've seen the fact, but if you just think of the numbers of today is 12/17, a 17 day, which is amazing. Okay. But 12 and 17 is 11. 2025 is 9. It's the mirror of 911.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Isn't this amazing?
Back in their face with it. That's good.
And he's doing it right tonight. And what does that match up with? We'll see this when we go through the Twitter feed in just a little bit. Do you remember when we were at a rally? I wasn't at that physical rally, but there was a rally. And do you remember when Santa Claus came out in costume, and then Mrs. Santa Claus came out in costume, and they danced around, and they were talking about gifts and everything else, and on the wall was the picture of Santa? That picture got re-released today. So Santa was in the midst of all these bricks, and the picture of Santa has a hammer and another tool in the other hand, and that matches a Q-proof about Christmas, justice by Christmas.
Wow.
So, and we're kind of a week away, a little bit over a week away, but that's where we are.
Yeah. Well, the numbers line up right. So I like that, because they're all about numbers, and we play those numbers back on them. I think that's really good, because we're,
they're not even cooperating.
Right.
And this letter that just went out on the 15th to them personally, because they'd already met with them, and this explains exactly everything that happened. So I don't know if you want to share this down below the interview, or this is on, I retweeted this today, and I'll retweet it with Jaco on it. And so you guys can go on his page and find this. This is a profound, profound letter. And so I don't know if we want to take the time to read it, but it is so good. So Would you like to read a paragraph? I read a paragraph. What would you like to do?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll start out, and this is very
Okay.
interesting because it's directed directly to the warden. Dear Warden Stansel, on December 5th, 2025, President Donald J. Trump issued a full and unconditional pardon to my client, Tina M. Peters, at approximately 5:55, interesting time, p.m. on December 12th, 2025. I personally served a copy of the presidential pardon on armed DOC staff at the La Vista Correctional Facility and requested that they release Mrs. Peters.
Instead of releasing Mrs. Peters as required by federal law, the Department of Corrections personnel stated that they would not comply with President Trump's pardon. That's very specific, guys. That wording is very specific. Their refusal is categorically unlawful. A presidential pardon is self-executing and immediately terminates all legal authority for continued custody. Your refusal to release Mrs. Peters is not a clerical delay. It is a willful deprivation of liberty under color of law in direct violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 242. If more than one Department of Corrections employee acted in concert to block her release, it further constitutes a conspiracy to deprive rights under 18 U.S.C. Section 241.
Wow. I expect Mrs. Peters to be released immediately. If she is not, her attorneys will pursue all available civil and criminal remedies against every state officer or official who knowingly participated in obstructing the enforcement of a presidential pardon.
Please provide written confirmation without delay identifying the precise time Mrs. Peters will be released in order to create a plan to safely receive her. Now, before we move from this, in the paragraph you just read, they knowingly participated. They knowingly rejected by saying, we will not comply. They don't have any, they have no involvement with her once that pardon was put in their hands. It's over. And so to say we're not going to comply with any presidential pardon. Now, here's what's really wonderful. Do you know that these pardons operated precisely according to USC 18 before President Lincoln? He was the first Republican president. The Republican Party was brand new. And these pardons were honored even before President Lincoln. So the things that are happening are so critical. And that's why when I responded to things today, I kept saying, please go and look up the definition, the terms that are involved in sedition and treason. Because anybody who knowingly operates against federal law, anybody who operates against our Constitution, anybody who incites people to do the same, knowingly, that's treason. The difference in the wording, and that's why I wanted us to go back and look at the word knowingly. If you've knowingly participated in this, and that's why Juan's been saying, you guys better think about getting an attorney, because a lot of attorneys aren't going to represent you in this kind of a case. So you better start looking for somebody now before. It's just like when everybody in DC was notified, a new sheriff's in town, this isn't going to work anymore. All of a sudden, there were no attorneys available in DC because everybody hired attorneys.
You have all the maneuver.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some very interesting things are going to happen, I think, going forward, as far as the accountability, who's going to be held responsible and so forth. They're going to try and get to the point where they're going to oh, I was told to do this and I was told to do that, but I don't think that's going to be something that they can get away with. Now, do you want to read the terminology or the definition of sedition?
I will, but they can't escape from this.
Yeah.
Because that was a whole thing on the military accountability.
Mm-hmm.
You're just following somebody's orders. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter, because when it comes down to the rule of law,
Yep.
You chose to operate against the Constitution. You chose to operate against a legal American who received a presidential pardon that's unconditional. Period. End of story. You chose to operate the way you operated. I want to make sure that they're making it very, very clear. And the reason why these terms are so critical is a lot of Americans don't understand, just like a lot of the military when they told President Trump back in 2018 when he went and served him dinner in Afghanistan. And there he was. And he said, how long would it take to get out of this war? And he said, well, sir, probably 7, maybe 10 days on the outside. He said, then why are you guys still here? And he said, we're following orders. That's what happened in the military, but that's what happened everywhere. Everybody in the medical industry followed orders in 20 and 21. They were all following orders. So you can't make me be held accountable. Those consequences are now coming upon the people who chose to follow orders and operate against the rights of the people on the land in America. So sedition is speech or action that encourages rebellion or unrest against a government, falling short of treason, which involves direct betrayal or aiding enemies. But okay, now let me just add a caveat. This is from Sheila. This isn't in the term. Look at what some of these senators and congressmen are involved with, because they went and tried to negotiate other deals with cabal members that were sent out of this country, deported, and tried to go back and renew deals with them. Because one of the biggest things with Tina is the Venezuelan connection, international interference in the Colorado election, which was a federal election. And that documentation is held, which we forget about, with the House of Representatives. Every election is a federal controlled election, and people don't realize the depth of this. So, but aiming to disrupt lawful authority, often through incitement to insurrection or hatred. Historically, sedition laws have been used to suppress dissent and political speech, leading to prosecutions under acts like the U.S. Sedition Act of 1798. Though modern interpretation, especially in the U.S., balances the laws with free speech rights, gives them an opening to not consider it sedition. And that's what Senator Mark Kelly's trying to do, because what came down from Pentagon yesterday, he's under command investigation of what he said in the seditious six. We've seen that tape.
Yep.
And now, when I mentioned that last night on an interview with Juan said, Sheila, it's probably over 240 now. So they started with a seditious six. The other one's enjoined in it, because when you enjoin in it, you're participating and you're choosing to follow that process instead of following the rule of law. And that's why we've made very clear the rule of law is so important.
So Juan said 240 now. Is he talking about Congress and senators, congressmen and senators?
Well, when I said the seditious six, he said it's no longer six, it's more than 240 now. So they've already got the names of all the people. That's what's really crazy, is people are out there saying whatever they want to say. Just like when they said all this stuff about President Trump, just like when they refused for him to even be on X.
Yeah.
Just like when they took down people off of YouTube. You don't have the right to do that. What was your ruling that you followed in order to do that?
Yeah.
Because that is severe censorship of truth.
Yeah.
And you don't have a right to do that in America.
Well,
so to say we were seditious, but it was our free speech, it doesn't equate.
Yeah, but they came back with the, we're protecting, the community, and the community can't, determine on their own, what is right and what's wrong. That's ridiculous, right? So it's free speech. That's why there is free speech. Now, Susie Wiles has been accused of making these inflammatory accusations against Elon Musk, calling him someone that runs around the White House doing ketamine, and President Trump acts like he's an alcoholic, and some of the things that he does. And so we talked before the show. Now I'm watching that and I'm like, I haven't seen this interview that everybody's saying that she did say all these things. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. There's no video.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of things. She never did a video with anybody. She never did interviews. Now she's made a couple of statements on a couple of things, but not anything like what they're saying. And so where's the video?
Yeah.
Where's your evidence? Where's your proof? And what they don't understand when we were talking about sedition, it's right in the first line. Anyone that does speech or an action that would encourage rebellion or unrest against a government, when you start resisting and wanting other people to not follow what the commander in chief is saying in this nation, from military people, remember Quantico on September 30, we've already covered that. It's the same thing. We are all under the same rules and laws in America. And Senator Mark Kelly is not above the law because he's a senator. And how horrible is it that our senator doesn't even know the law and doesn't even know our Constitution and doesn't even know he caused problems for himself?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
And former military, and then telling the rest of the military not to obey an unlawful order, where he knows that everyone, goes through at the very basically. I remember this in boot camp. You learn about unlawful orders and how it's your responsibility not to follow them, or to not really follow them, but to bring them to everyone's attention, so you don't have a rebellion. And that's what they're trying to incite, a rebellion. So yeah, there's definitely some things that are going to come down from this. Perhaps tonight it's going to be announced. So that'll be interesting. So if it is announced tonight, then you think there's going to be a movement? Because Juan has said that President Trump is going to announce basically an emergency election, type thing where, we have to come in and make sure the elections are secured. Maybe that comes out tonight.
I think the whole process comes out tonight.
Wow.
Because the election, if we are at a point, and I don't know, I don't have an inside source on this part of it. If we're fully ready to go back to being a republic by correcting our currency, correcting the elections, having a republic structure with the corporation being dealt with, and it's dealt with, but forming everything back. And that's why Jefferson told us, once you have corruption in the republic, you can't just replace an evil with something else. You have to completely do what President Trump is doing right now. And if in that case, I believe there's a statute within the structure that there has to be an election within 120 days. And
oh wow.
Do I know the timing of this? But this is what is possible for us. But again, I'm not one of the people in the room in the conversations.
That is that makes so much sense. That we would just have across the board another election. Everybody gets registered, and then we have an election. Yeah. Wow.
Well, and it's immediate, because as soon as you have the election, you have a change.
Mm-hmm.
The corporation switched it from February-March timeframe up to November, and then gave them until January to do whatever they wanted to destroy during the transition time. There's been no transition.
Mm-hmm.
They just do whatever they want to do and give all sorts of pardons, and they do all of this stuff. Their ability, that structure under that person is gone. And the new comes in, because we decided not to vote you for another term, so you're gone. That hasn't been happening under the corporation structure. Election beginning in November, and the next person doesn't come in till toward the end of January. All of this is different, but that's why I kept saying, read the Constitution. And I highlighted this week on the things that Juan's been issuing, and I said we don't have to rewrite, because remember, Hillary Clinton was pushing, so was Nancy Pelosi. And so were some of the others. I mean, those are the two that were really being vocal about it. We have to have a constitutional conference, just like they did in the beginning. We don't need to rewrite our Constitution.
Right.
But what we do need to do, instead of rewriting the Constitution, we have to read the Constitution. So reread it, not rewrite it. And so that's where we're at, because people don't understand. And after we do the one on treason, and again, think about the word knowingly. I mean, Comey knowingly set up a Gmail account just like Hillary. So he wasn't going to turn in Hillary, he'd have to turn in himself. And when you do that kind of communication on national affairs, on an unsecured, non-government computer, what are you doing to America? So, I mean, I'm just giving a simple example,
Yep.
but when you knowingly do these things and then you lie about it and do the cover up of it, and you don't let the American people know the truth, and that's what's been happening to us the whole time we've been a country.
Yep.
But now we have documented evidence because we have those records, we have those emails, we have it all. And
Yeah.
so they knowingly committed treason against our country. And remember when Kavanaugh was being interviewed when he was up for justice of the Supreme Court? It was so profound. And it's just a funny quirk that it was Lindsey Graham that questioned him. I mean, it's just kind of funny. But anyway, Lindsey Graham was questioning, this is civil law. And is it different from military law? And he said, absolutely. And then he had him explain the difference. So people are wanting, where are the arrests? Where are the arrests? You don't see the arrests when it's military. You don't know that these things are going on. All I've heard is the brigs are full. Now, have I been on military bases and seen that the brigs are full? No, but I've heard that the brigs have been full for a long time.
Wow.
And so where are these people? You're not seeing these people out in the public anymore.
Well, I can tell you when I was in the military, the brigs were never full. So that's and I was in the military for a very long time. So that's very interesting. I believe it. And I believe they're transferring people like Juan has talked about, and I've seen some evidence of that all the way out to Guam for incarceration as well.
Well, remember the barges that well, it wasn't just a barge, but it had like prisons on top of barge style ships.
Yeah.
Those have been used the whole time too for transportation. But
those are used during
what's really crazy is people are thinking America is going to pay to send all the witnesses down to Gitmo and everything's going to happen at Gitmo. There's hearing locations at Gitmo. But if we go back and look at that military accountability letter again, they said that even the military people are going to start with a court-martial process. They're going to lose their pensions. They explained everything in there because they were explaining the law. And they knew that these officers that they named in that one paragraph and many more had already committed treason.
Yeah. Like Mark Kelly, he's getting a pension. So you commit treason, you're going to lose your pension and probably something else. So that's what's going to happen to him. That's very, very obvious.
Trying to deny his words. Sir, you need to take a class on the Constitution. What you guys chose to do, and even just putting those little videos together, you were in trouble.
Yeah.
Before you even said anything, because it's the intent to operate against us. Then remember the wording in the sedition, it's the words, your speech, and your actions. He didn't stop. He wants other people to join him. They all want other people to join him.
Sure.
And they're telling people, don't be following orders from these people. And that's why it was so great that you gave the background on. It is in the military. It is in the documentations. It is what all of the military people agreed to is you don't follow unlawful orders.
Yeah.
And it's been tough on a lot of the military guys trying to, because it's just like the FBI. Stephen Friend, I'll never forget. It was emotional for him. He wanted to be the best FBI agent he could be. But the only people getting raises and promotions were the ones operating against the law and against the Constitution and against Americans.
Yeah.
How does this get you raises and promotions? He couldn't understand it till I told him it's on your building, the Hoover building, because the Hoover has the address of the original lodge castle of those 2 blocks in DC of the First Knights of Pythias Lodge in DC.
Wow. And I've seen a lot of officers over the years, get advanced. And once I left the military, I was a contractor for the military and trying to set up different stuff for the military to save them money. And I would see some of these former generals come in and they'd have their like Gucci shoes on and everything. And I'm, just a dude, trying to give the military great contracts. And the group that I was with, we presented, and the guy that was in charge of requisitioning who got the contract told us later, after we didn't get the contract, we brought a great contract that would have saved the government tons of money. He told us, in which he wouldn't have normally have done, but because we did such a great job, he says, I was told, I picked you guys, and I was told that those guys were going to get it. And
Wow.
yeah, so I've seen this corruption, in the military, outside the military, and now I'm seeing it on a level that I've never seen it before. So it doesn't surprise me that we're going to see a monumental pushback, maybe starting tonight.
Well, I've already seen a shift. I've seen a shift in the freedom of communication. I've seen a shift in the people acknowledging that they're really getting that this is not going to be a quick process. Because so many people are like, even this morning, I received one. And when we go through the Twitter stuff, we can go into this.
Okay.
We get hope, and then it get dashed. And
Yeah.
then you get more hope, and then it's dashed again. Well, and I just said, feelings aren't going to get you anywhere. That's how a PSYOP works. The whole thing about a PSYOP is get you to be focused on the wrong things, to be having feelings about horrible things, and it's all manipulation in order to direct the crowd. All of this. And so, but that's why if you participate in it, you could go down the slippery slope of sedition into treason. All these people trying to create a different America. There's somebody trying to create a different California. There's somebody trying to create different state structures. There's somebody trying to do nation state. There's somebody trying. We are a republic for America. That's how we were founded. We pledge our allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands.
Yeah.
So do you want it? Do you want that to fly? I mean, I've even had people write to me and say, when it's the national anthem, why are you people putting your hands on your hearts? And I said, for the dedication and the commitment. Well, I don't know what you mean. It's just a national anthem. I said, it's our country.
Yeah.
And we're honoring those who stood, because that night, and as that battle went on, he said it, and the words are in the song. So if you listen to the words and not just, here's the national anthem again. If you listen to the words and then understand the story of it could have all been over. But in the midst of that horrific battle, with few people in the fort to protect themselves, the guys that were out in the Armada, out in the water, the flag never went down.
Yep.
The flag stood through all of it. And it stands for our republic. So we stand for our republic. And to me, put my hand on my heart for the pledge, and I put my hand on my heart for the allegiance to our country in that. And I just don't know why someone would question that. Yeah. It's just really crazy. But I'm drifting off. Let me get back to treason. So in treason is the ultimate betrayal in one's country, defined as levying war against it or giving its enemies aid and comfort. And there's not a single person that we wish would have been perp walked who doesn't fit this category. I don't want him perp walked and the local police putting him somewhere, because let me give you the background on this. When Durham did the cases and you look at the pleadings, it's Hillary Clinton involved this DA with this sheriff, with these 3 police officers, it's a net of these people. So even if we waste our time doing that, and then we try and get them to court in front of judges that never even took an oath or don't want to follow the law or won't follow the law anyway, just like these men at Department of Corrections. If those men at Department of Corrections don't even know the law, why are they in a legal facility operating with people about the law? This is what's crazy, because everybody's learned to just listen to what somebody tells them to do and do it. Follow the order. So anyway, involving acts like overthrowing the government, materially helping enemies. Look at all of the examples we've already heard about that. Punishable by severe penalties, including death, long imprisonment. The conviction requires high evidence, like 2 witnesses to the same act, to prevent misuse against political opposition. So you can't just go after somebody. You've got to know that, because even if they had the intent to do it, but they didn't commit the actions, they didn't say it, commit the actions. Remember, sedition, it's your speech and your actions. So when they keep denying it, when they keep saying that it didn't matter, when Uranium One doesn't matter, when the Russian hoax doesn't matter, look what that cost us. And that whole thing was created with their money at Georgia Tech in Atlanta, Georgia. It didn't even exist in real time or real space. I mean, the things that we've been putting up with, the things that we have now found out about and witnessed, that there isn't anybody on the list, I'm sure, of the people you're thinking of. And I pretty much know the people you're thinking of because I hear about them every day. Why isn't something happened to this one? Why isn't something happened to this one? And their names have not faded from anyone's memory. But have you seen them? Have you witnessed anyone talking to them? They still think some of these people are in control, but have you seen them? Have you heard anything from them? You remember when Christopher Wray went to all the offices and he was going to straighten everything up and get everything cleaned up, and now we find out that he lied about everything on J6? I mean, we don't know who these people really are. We have to rely on people like Kash Patel. Why do you suppose they're trying to destroy him? People like Pam Bondi. Why do you suppose they're trying to destroy her? They came in, and a lot of the evidence that that the people destroyed before President Trump's team came in, they didn't understand we already had it. We'd already captured it. Cheyenne Mountain is still locked up. Cheyenne Mountain found the communication system that they were using, which is completely separate from our communication system. And I have not talked with anyone about this on the team, but I'm willing to bet you, and I'm not a true betting person, but I'm willing to bet you that the very day that locked down and President Trump was there, they showed him that communication process, and now they were able to get to the bottom of this. And yet look what that took from, that was March 20 of 20, I believe.
Yep.
And from that date to the Dick Cheney date was a long time of investigating all those 24 layers of people under him. It was a nice thing. It was an unusual thing. But flags went half-staff 17 days later, the day of his funeral. So if that was the day of his funeral, or if that was the day of his death when they announced it.
Sure.
Because there's things, people keep wanting to know what's happening. We don't need to know what's happening. We just need to stay tight with the Father and thank him that the people who can make a change in this country are making those changes. Because this evil, like I said many times, it goes all the way back to the Garden of Eden. There has never been a time. And to imagine now that we had no idea in this generation or the previous many generations, all those Civil War soldiers knew what they were fighting for, that we're just finding out now. And that's why the South was fighting, because the infiltration was coming in from the North. The Monroe Doctrine was about that infiltration that was bringing tyranny into America. In 1820, he did that report to Congress. President Jefferson, Adams, Monroe, all taken out because they fought this fight for us. Abraham Lincoln learned the truth, and the Civil War still happened, and he was taken out. Kennedy found out from Eisenhower that it wasn't resolved. So Kennedy tried to tell us, and in the midst of that, he was taken out. This is not a simple process. And it's not, what we get cleaned up now, it's going to take maybe 4 decades.
That's what I thought.
To get all the layers cleaned up, because the tentacles of this evil are everywhere. It's in, well, if we just, there's one example I did today, and let me see if I can, you guys, we've been doing the 45 points, but I just put less than 25% out. I put from point 13 to point 33, because 33, they love that number. Point 13 is avoid all loyalty oaths. None of these people that we think are so profound and representing us, and the judges and all these people that we're supposed to admire and honor, They haven't been taking an oath to the Constitution on purpose. Avoid all loyalty oaths. Number 14, foreign access to U.S. Patent Office. And I sent one example in the book because I found it back in the Georgia Guidestones. At the same time the Georgia Guidestones were being erected and connected with concrete mortar between the granite pieces, a guy in France gets a U.S. Patent Office approval on doing those connecting pieces with our blood to illuminate. They say because Christ is the light of the world and his light's in us. Oh, you think you're the light of the world? And they put them up on sticks and burn them at night to light the streets. That illumination is being used in the concrete in the tunnels. And the guys from France that created that patent. Number 15, capture political parties. They did that. Number 16, use courts to weaken American institutions. That's why federal judges have to, and state judges have to follow the orders. Number 17, control schools, teachers, and books. Number 18, control student newspapers. 19, student riots to public protests. 20, control press, editorials, book reviews. 21, control the media. 22, discredit American culture. 23, control art. Number 24, eliminate obscenity laws. Number 25, direct cultural standards of morality. That's why in 1992, Bush, Scherf, 41 president, brought in the Babylonian Talmud Noahide laws and said those were the laws that were the basis of our morality and our culture and our civil society in America. It was the 10 Commandments. It was never based on Babylon. And so then in 93, under a completely new Congress, under Clinton, they did it again and expanded the Noahide laws into the education system. And if you look back at our time frame, when did all the lawsuits start? When they were removing the 10 Commandments from schools, public buildings, courtrooms, anywhere where anyone could see it, and saying they were going to put Baphomet statues in, even in Oklahoma Capitol. So you can look these cases up online. They're easy to find. So after they did that, then the next one, 26, present what is to be called normal. They've been deciding to tell us what is normal in this country. 27, infiltrate all churches and discredit the Bible. They've done that too.
Oh, yeah.
28, eliminate prayer in schools. 29, discredit America Constitution. 30, discredit the founding fathers. They're doing that all the time. I now am getting new videos that President Abraham Lincoln and his entire family were big mafia people, and that's why they had to take him out. I'm not kidding, guys. It just doesn't stop. And then 31, discourage American history. 32, support socialism for centralized control. And 34, eliminate all laws against communism. That is only 10 of 45. That's not even 1/4 of what they did to us. And we ended up accepting all of this and proceeding as though life could ever come back to any kind of normal.
Crazy. Yeah, you've done a good job of outlining a lot of this stuff. How much of that do you think President Trump and his emergency broadcast tonight will be talking about?
Well, everybody thinks I'm talking with Trump. Everybody thinks I'm making sure Juan talks about all these things. Guys, there's a way of communicating that we've talked about. I think we even did the little 4-minute, 30-second Hebrew where the letter is 1, the number is 2, the pictograph is 3. You're in 3 dimension if you know those. And then 4 is when you put the letters together for the word. And 5 is when you go to the Father, because every one of the words have multiple definitions. And so when you're communicating it, you have to know the definition that the Father is giving you for that word. And so that's how we're operating. And I reached a point when I was doing the book that President Trump was answering. And I said, guys, you got it to him within 24 hours. And nobody gave it to him. And he's answering me. Do you see what I mean? So everybody
get that
thinks
a lot too. I'll talk
Yeah.
about something, and the next day he talks about it. It's like, wow,
Yeah.
we're just tapped in.
That's the 5th dimension.
Yeah.
That's it's not about chess. And he's probably a great chess player. And they said Baron's even better. And that's awesome. I haven't played it in so many years. I wouldn't even want to guess how much I could do on a chess game now.
I'm the same. Yeah.
But but I'm so grateful that we're able to witness these days, because this is just, it's miraculous. It's absolutely miraculous what is happening in our country in these hours. This is something that we're witnessing. This has never happened in all of history. The guys have said that the soldiers tried, the Q team has tried since Abraham Lincoln 6, 7 times, and it always gets thwarted, but several lives were lost.
Yeah.
And this time he's been keeping us at peace. He's been keeping our guys safe. And what he said about Syria, he means it. He means it. You're not, the retaliation against you guys for what you did to 2 soldiers and a civilian, I'm not letting this rest. And this is the difference in being a true leader.
Yeah.
It's not just America first. It's not just our nation has to be first, and other nations want me to tell them when it's going to happen for them, what's the president's going to do for them. Guys, I don't have a red phone to the president. Just, but I can honestly tell you that he's doing everything he can, because as a world, we have to be united, because they'll swoop in anywhere where there's a vulnerable. It's like an Achilles heel. And America became an Achilles heel. They were using us as a world order since 1871, when they made us a corporation. We have never been free. We've never had a day of liberty. And people think they're doing great and we just need to get great back. We never were great. We were always enslaved. We were always required to follow their rules and regulations that we were supposed to have a voice about. Anybody who's tried to apply for a permit, who's a legal American, knows that you can't do half of the things that illegals have been able to do in this country. The whole identity theft thing. And now you're finding out they've all been getting thousands of dollars a month on Social Security with no work record. How does Social Security calculate your work record and give you a Social Security payment when your birth date doesn't even exist yet, because you aren't even born yet according to the birth date you submitted?
Yep.
And Elon Musk found all of this out. And when you're 200 and 300 years old and nobody checks, because the people who had that Social Security number, because we haven't even had the system that long, we haven't even been a nation beyond 250 years. We're just hitting into it now. Guys, well, how does this make sense? And they're like, well, they shouldn't be receiving these benefits. What bothers me is, how are they calculating it? There's been no sense to these people getting thousands of dollars a month, when people who've worked their whole lives are getting 1,000 or 1,200 or 1,500 and feeling fortunate because they're legal people. And it just, how do they calculate it? So the amount of evil, the amount of corruption, the amount of fraud that has gone on, they're just trying to give you examples to say, guys, there wasn't anybody on our side that you thought was working for you.
Yeah.
You thought you could trust them. You thought they were honorable. They're not.
Yeah.
They just,
and all these illegal aliens that have come into, like, Minnesota, for just one example, and I think this is going on in every 50 states. It's got the same corruption going on, and money going from taxpayers into illegal coffers, not just here in the United States, but also terrorist organizations in Somalia. So that's been disclosed, and at first it was like $1 billion. Now they're looking at 10 billion. It's like it keeps growing. But this has been going on everywhere. And there's, like, I think 15 states, California, of course, one of them, New York, Illinois, several other states are going to vote to give free health care to illegal aliens. This is
in the state, because it didn't happen in the national.
Yeah.
They can't do it.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Do we want to start with Twitter? Because I've got 2 letters you're going to love. One from Linda McMahon to Governor Walz in Minnesota. That's just profound. And then Brick Rollins followed up. So it's the illegal money they were giving out for the education process to illegals who didn't even go to school here. And remember, I kept trying to tell people about the student visas. I've been banging on that one since the 1980s, and nobody's cared. Nobody cared. Nobody understood it. But they're getting all these scholarships and everything, and all these grants and free money, and our students can't get it. And it's billions of dollars. So there's a Linda McMahon 2-page letter, and then there's a Brick Rollins 2-page letter.
So we'll scroll through here if you remember where they're at.
Okay.
God, you got so much great stuff in here.
it all was happening moment upon moment today.
This is back in December 15th, looks like.
MJ Truth.
MJ Truth. There was one up here that had Juan that I had started with. What was that?
Okay.
Where
I'll go to my Twitter feed because
yeah, you probably scroll through it faster. So there's
you're thinking I'm as technical as you, Jaco. I mean, that's a far reach. That's a far
Yes.
reach. But
no, I think Tina
okay,
Peters is a little bit more.
Brooke Rollins is 6 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
So you're 19 hours ago. So Brooke Rollins is 6 hours ago. I'm not kidding. I had 4 hours of sleep last night, and people go, "How's that?" And I said, "Got more than 3.5. I'm good to go." So laid down at 2 and got up at 6, and then all of this was hitting the fan.
Yeah, there's so much. And I was saying that, you know, I use Twitter as well to basically.
If you scroll up, you'll see Megyn Kelly, and it's right before Megyn Kelly, because then I'll tell you about Ilhan Omar. Okay, it's right. Okay, it's right below Secretary Brooke Rollins, the SNAP program. So I don't know if you can expand it. She did a letter, 2-page letter. Linda McMahon did a 2-page letter on the education. So do you see where he's broken USC and the delivery of SNAP to illegals?
Yeah, it says right in here is hereby requiring Minnesota to participate in a supplemental nutrition assistance program pilot project conducted pursuant to 7 USC 2026 to increase the efficiency of SNAP and improve the delivery of SNAP benefits to eligible households. So
what they started doing, they were giving it to all these illegals in high amounts. And so the amount may be further down, but you see how these are directed straight to him. The one from Linda McMahon is the same way on the education system. So, but the Brooke Rollins should have a dollar figure. I see it's 7 USC again. Let me look at this one. Because Linda McMahon's is really high. And dereliction of duty. Oh my gosh, it's so fun to see all of this coming to pass. I've had a wonderful morning, needless to say, just a wonderful morning. Okay, what she's saying, upon review of the information obtained down on number 3, she's listing that the benefits went, and she names some of the households. And then they have the documentation and all the information that those people are not Americans. Now, if we stop on Megyn Kelly, you're going to love this one. Megyn Kelly, you see Ilhan Omar?
Right.
Ilhan Omar, when it didn't work that she married her brother, because that's what they did. They bought a fiance for $3,000. These guys have been doing this since the 80s. They buy a fiance while they're a freshman in college. They pay him $3,000. They say they marry him. Most of them it's never a marriage. And by the time they're ending their junior year, they get the divorce attorneys able to get the divorce to clear the record for them. And they make sure that the guy gets his green card before the divorce. Okay, then he's on his pathway to citizenship in America. So when Ilhan Omar announced that she married her brother, there's no evidence that that was legally done. So now she's been saying, and I don't know if people followed, she shifted her story to be that she was naturalized under her father because her father was naturalized. And do you know what she did? She lied about her birth date. She put her birth date back a year in order to qualify. Wow. And her dad's records don't show anything about Ilhan Omar coming to America and being naturalized under him. So when he did it, it was just him. So that doesn't even include the brother. I mean, just saying, but the focus is Ilhan Omar. And so all of this being true, she can be denaturalized, deported, fined, imprisoned. I mean, there's a gamut of things that can happen with her right now. Now, all of these things have been true since she's been here.
Yeah.
But nobody's put the deal together in order to handle her. They've let it all happen. Then Tlaib. And who did she replace? Keith Ellison, the first guy that said that he wanted to use the Quran of President Jefferson because President Jefferson was a Muslim. That's a lie. When he read the Quran, and guys, this is historical, and I know they're changing history in all of the books, but that's why they want to discredit all of our American history, so we don't know how we founded. He created the Marines, sent them to Tripoli to take care of this situation with how they were operating, and the Marine hymn includes that our guys will even go to the shores of Tripoli to protect this nation.
Right.
That's who our Marines are. And people didn't understand it. And so if you didn't understand about the slave trade, that was all happening because they felt they were in control, and people mean nothing to them. Again, there's only one kingdom that's life and truth. And that kingdom is the Father of all. That's it. We have one Father of all, and you can choose. And that's why Elijah said, and all 850 prophets who said, no, follow what I'm telling you, follow what, all 850 prophets were false prophets, couldn't get their gods to do one thing. And so what Elijah did, you can go and look this up in scripture, he kept saying, pour water on it, pour water on it, pour water on it, because it was to bring fire to sweep it up. And so they're like, oh, more water, more water. He's God isn't going to do anything either. And with all of that water on it, the fire occurred, licked it all up, completely dry. And that's the difference between operating in truth. This was just a funny quote. This is from the president. And it's 687,274 people illegally came across our border from May to November 23, and May to November 25, 0. He came in January. We really haven't had anyone coming in since January, but it took a while to get the whole thing, the spigot turned off. But since May, 0. Wow. But now they're saying 4 million. I'm going to address this while we're here on this picture. Is that, remember when they said that during Biden's term, 4 million came into the country illegally?
Right.
Do you know why they said that? Social Security issued 3.9 plus new Social Security numbers with full benefits to 4 million people during the Biden term.
Good God. Wow.
And it's not 3.95, guys. It's like 3.942. You know, I mean, I don't remember all the other numbers, but 3.9 million. And that's why they're saying almost 4 million came in while he was here. And people witnessed how heavy the invasion was. And in my Nation Restoration book, when I was writing the second identity theft law, and I still want people to know it was supposed to be the home identity theft law to prove to my family what I was fighting. But in that, I studied all of this, and the details were documented. There were crimes committed against American business owners, homeowners is who they were targeting, in the tune of 4.5 million in 98, 9.9 in 99, over a million. It just kept increasing. And then it went right up to 12 million a year. And that was happening by 2002. And what the Federal Trade Commission, and this is only the people that reported crimes. And I never knew the Federal Trade Commission was tracking anything. And so nothing that I dealt with ever went to the Federal Trade Commission. But, and I know a lot of people that I've met who got stuck with the bad credit, and they didn't know where to file either. And people lost their credit lines for their businesses, their equity lines in their homes. It was a mad situation against Americans. It was, nobody could heal or cure. And so when this happened, and they did all of this to us, this was the report, and all of the facts are in the press release that came straight from the Federal Trade Commission, and it's in my Nation Restoration book. 27.3 or 0.8 million cases were filed between 98 and 2002. So I think we had a few more than 4 million that came in, and I think they're getting that number off of that.
Yeah.
So it was a real active morning. Okay, here's that picture of Santa. Now, and I said, do you remember the rally? And there's the hammer. And let's see, what was the other part? Because there's a hammer.
Painting and focus on the screen. Specific point was made. Remember. See if we
It's the hammer, and it's signed by Q.
Oh, right.
Is it Q plus? I think it's Q plus, because now everybody's putting A up, but Q plus is the president. He has signed things for some of the people in Gideon's army, and say he has signed things and given pictures back to the people. And when he signs the back, right under President Trump's name, he puts a big Q and then a little plus sign. But now if we scroll down, what does this mean? What he's saying is at Christmas, this Christmas, we want justice.
Yep. Well, looks like we're going to get it. Looks like tonight we're going to talk about it. So
Exactly. And we can keep scrolling down. This was such a busy morning. I've got so much on here for you.
Good.
Because we've only seen Brooke Rollins. So as we keep scrolling down, I've never put this much out there because that's Elon. And then this is Brooke Rollins. And then before that, it was the Tina Peters. The truth is like a lion. You don't need to defend it. Just set it free and it will defend itself. And this is a true video about Tina Peters and what she went through. And this is on her website.
Wow.
Because she was prompted to get an audit. So she got an audit because she's supposed to prove up the election. And what they have refused to do, and Juan's been talking about this, it's law that every election is a federal election. Every one of those reports from the people like a Tina Peters, every county has a Tina Peters person. That person is required to send the exact information to the House of Representatives. It's held with the House of Representatives. Do you know that they've just completely obliterated and forgotten all about, but it's required. So she followed the requirements, and when she told them what was happening, then she became